I got plenty of room. I don't have a computer right now, so I've got more room.
Well, we can share this.
No,
Yeah.
Karen doesn't want to do it.
and yeah, it's just an access issue because everything you do is gonna have for the handicapped.
And then you take it out, which you don't
Yeah.
need. Okay, I just want to be sure that we understood. You and I have. This is about done. It's really close to 9:30, but of course, as usual, you turn on the computer and when you need it, it's doing updates. So.
Just don't bring yours, works better.
It'll be just a couple minutes, but we can help. Yeah, there you go. I think we can move forward. This will catch up when it can. So I'll call the meeting to order, and if you would all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Carrie, do you want to lead it for us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and good morning. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. Approval of minutes from 12/5, payroll, approved vouchers, monthly earnings and collections from the clerk of district court, and the sheriff.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
If could we remove the vouchers from the consent agenda for separate vote?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda without the vouchers?
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and second to approve the consent agenda without the vouchers included. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Then I would ask for approval on the vouchers.
So move, Madam Chair. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the vouchers.
Madam Chair, I'm going to exclude myself from the vote simply because there is a payment to my construction business for some sand.
Discuss this
Purchased.
Then maybe we need to discuss this a little further.
That's fine if you want to.
No, I did see that in the list.
I mean, it's happened. I've sold to them for years. It's just,
Mhm.
I'd like to be on the record that I'm not voting to pay myself.
Approved and understood that your gravel pit is convenient to the county needs also and saves us money on transport. So. Okay, have a motion and a second to approve the vouchers with one recused. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Thanks, man.
Let me get here. Just 1 second. I think it would help. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a continued public hearing. DAC LLC, new full retail liquor license. Great. Do you want to fill us in on where we are?
Hello and good morning, Madam Chairman. This is a continuation of DAC LLC. It's also known as Mountain Liquor. It's based out of Meeteetse. I did just get off the phone with the state. They have approved this liquor license on their end. There were just a couple of stipulations that they were waiting for. One of those is the property doesn't have an address yet. So it's a big chunk of land that is leased by Hog Diamond Cattle. Yes, Hogs Black Diamond. And they're in the process of breaking that into smaller pieces where this will be located and the building will be constructed there, and that's where they will operate out of. And so we got a statement from Dustin Taylor on that, and they were good with that. And then the next thing is we just had to provide them a financial statement, which we have done, and they were good with that as well. So as far as state approval, we have that, and then we can move forward with either the disapproval or approval of this license. We can either do it contingent on the building being built or just give full approval. And that concludes mine.
Okay, I do have a couple questions. With the address question, I did contact YDOT to find out what the scenario was and the options of of getting this access for this liquor license. The concern with YDOT is that the application listed commercial, but it listed storage units. We have nothing on record that talks about storage units, and our planner has indicated that as the subdivision moves through, it's actually listed as residential. So we have a couple different things that we need to get answered, I think, as we move forward to make all this come together. I think there's still a few questions. They say we don't have the answer yet as far as the address, which is needed. We don't have a building yet. And then we do have to clarify the use with the subdivision being requested as a residential. Because this would be a commercial use. And so we're gonna have to get clarification on some of those items. So I'm not sure whether we can do anything today. I'm not sure about the rules as far as continuing public hearing again, but I believe we can.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I believe that you can continue it again. I don't see a reason why you couldn't.
Okay.
That would be a board decision, I believe.
Okay. Do you have any input? I mean, you understand the questions that we have and kind of where we're at. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
And would you state your name for the record, please?
Dusty Taylor.
Okay.
I guess as far as that goes, that must have been an oversight from the engineering firm.
Okay.
On the residential. I've never heard the residential because it's always been commercial from the time we've began everything.
Okay.
The storage units would be, there's 3.19 acres. And it was going to be multiple use, because I think that there's enough room out there for several things. When we did apply for the access from the highway department, we applied for commercial, and they just asked us to give an example of what could happen out there.
Okay.
And so we did say when we originally told them, we did say that there would be the small building for the liquor store, and then possibly storage units.
Okay.
And I think that what they were trying to get was traffic numbers is why they were asking us. And we do not have approved access through there yet, but we've been with the discussions that we've had with Jack Hoffman with the highway department. He doesn't seem to think that there's going to be an issue. It was just formality that we had to go through the denial and then the appeal, because there's less distance between the highway department shop and the town shop than what is their regularly scheduled rules. However, he said that with the lack of reasonable access on either end, then he didn't think that there was going to be a problem. And he actually said that he would handhold it through the appeal process.
He didn't indicate there would be a problem. It was just we had conflicting things.
Right.
But he said he didn't think there would be an issue in the long run, but it wasn't complete yet.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, if I understand you correctly, the property in question for the liquor license is currently zoned residential?
No, it's, well, I don't know about zoning. That's a different thing. The request to subdivide it to even allow this to happen, that's in the plan now, it's not approved as a subdivision, is for residential, is what I understood from the planning department. So that can be changed, I mean, as we go, but we haven't approved the subdivision yet for where this would be handled. So I don't know if commercial's allowed there or not. I'm assuming that they've had those discussions with the planning and zoning, that they knew they were looking at commercial, whether it's storage units or a liquor license or that type of thing.
I guess my question, the residential can be included in commercial zoning.
Residential can, but commercial can't be included in
But the
residential.
other direction can't. So
Right.
is the property in question zone commercial?
I don't know that.
Currently right now, or Commissioner, it would be, it's agricultural property. I don't think that there's any zoning of the land as of right now.
That's a question for Joy's office.
I'm trying to get on SharePoint. I could maybe find out, but. You know,
I don't know. That would be a question for,
There's someone that might answer right now.
Joy, I hate to ask you as we first jumped in here, but we're discussing the liquor license application for property near Matitsi. We're talking about residential subdivision, commercial use, YDOT information. How is that property, even though it hasn't gone fully through the subdivision process yet, how is the property there zoned? Do you know?
runs out. I think it's GRM.
Yeah,
I think it's GRM.
I think GRM
General.
would be my guess.
So general, so commercial could happen,
The TNC allows for all uses, with either building permit or SUP.
SUP, okay, so it could be allowed
Okay.
as it moves through, just as it hasn't gone through the process yet. Okay, thank you.
Where I'm going with this, is I don't have a, if he doesn't have a problem waiting, I understand where he's wanting to get the liquor license before. And if it's allowed, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, other than you spend the time given. But if you have no problem waiting until we get through the subdivision process. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Well,
Extend it,
Commissioner,
and how long will that take? And
I think it, from my standpoint, is it gets to a point of what comes first. And I'm just trying to check all the boxes, and mainly it's for financing right now. Because my bank they want to finance it, but they don't want us to get clear down the road at the end of it and then say, oh, well, you're not going to get a liquor license.
Right.
And I guess the one thing that throws in my mind is I believe that you can only have one liquor license within the 5 mile radius in the county, within 5 mile radius of the town. And that would be the only thing that I would be concerned about, because I do know that there's, and it might just be scuttlebutt, but there's another guy that wants to build a restaurant within 5 miles of town, and he may be coming in as well. So if I just don't want to essentially lose my place in turn or in line. Just on, I mean, if we could, and I'm just throwing it out there, if it could be approved, pending that everything else, that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, that the subdivision does go through, then we would have I guess in my mind, then I would have kind of the guarantee to show the bank what we're trying to do.
Okay,
so, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Stewart had something.
Madam Chair, if I understand, we're not talking subdivision today, we're talking liquor license.
Liquor license,
Okay.
right. But a liquor license is tied to an address normally. And we don't have that. That's the hangup. Yes,
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so when the state was talking to us about the address point, they did say that the address that we could put on the application, that the address is to be determined. And so we have actually changed that on that application, and the state understands that address is to be determined because of the access point and where that access point is going to end up between the White House shop and the teensy shop. So
okay.
there is that piece that's essentially taken care of.
Okay.
And then once Mr. Taylor gets the approval for the access, and then we assign, or Road and Bridge assigns an address to it, then we can pull that all together at that time.
Okay.
If I may further, I'm wondering if you might consider doing a conditional approval for Mr. Taylor upon all of these things being taken care of, and you put those into conditions, and we actually maybe sign off on those conditions. I would give the Joy, because she's the conditions expert.
No, this isn't a PNC president.
Joy, can I ask you, how far into the subdivision process are we? When are we?
We're just going to PNC in January with a sketch plan.
So it won't get to us till February, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
so, Madam Chair, and question for Joy. So if we put a condition of pending approval of the land purchase and everything, it's 6 months out, that would be ample time, you
Unless
believe?
there's something missing. The reason the application didn't go forward last time was because we didn't have the septic information, we didn't have legal access to run with YDOT. I know they're working with YDOT now to petition for the access.
Mhm.
I don't know what the septic, but maybe it's already in the application. I haven't looked at the application, but I think it must be enough that we put it on the agenda for PNC, so. Unless there's something crazy that comes up, and we can never predict, it should go forward reasonably timely, I would think, so yeah.
6 months should give plenty of
I
time.
hope so.
Okay.
This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's any other public that wants to comment on this application.
Chairman, one more thing, if I may. I apologize for interrupting. So if we get to the point of you adding conditions, I would suggest to you that we say that from the point of final approval, or from when the day we could actually issue the license, that's what, the fee would go from that day forward rather than
Okay,
from
today.
from today.
Okay,
So that,
understood.
because it's essentially, we're holding it for him,
Mhm,
holding his place in mind.
mhm.
He's not able to use it or to build on it or even go to his bank with that information. I mean, go to the bank with the information that's on hold.
Okay.
So that's just a
Commissioner?
suggestion.
Madam Chair, question for hand. So if we approve this liquor license, with the address to be determined, does that mean it can be moved into another location?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Stewart, I would probably make that part of your conditions as well, is to make it so that that's the only place that it could go. The place that we're talking about today with Mr. Taylor and his plans, which I don't think are going to change. However, if that's a concern of yours, I think you could say that it's, you know, at an address point between these two address points and that the future subdivision is going to happen.
Madam Chair, is that the same as non-transferable? Like, would that cover what you're saying, or is that different? I don't know what
That's
that is.
different.
That'd be different.
So this is location specific.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
How the state had us deal with that is they just, I believe that they added verbiage in that, or had me add verbiage in that statement that was, asking, let's see, address to be listed as to be determined with the provision that is tied to parcel 1 of the proposed Hog Road subdivision.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
another question. If this gets annexed, how does that impact anything? I mean, is your resolution even apply at that point?
I don't know if our resolution would apply at that point.
Madam Chairman. So the annexation, if it was annexed before, I think if the annexation took place prior to everything coming together, then I would think that you want to take further action on the license at that time and further discuss what's going on. Because
So we can make that a
I think at
condition.
that point, he's not covered all of his bases and things of that nature. And then that brings up the question of, would that license then be able to be annexed along with the property? So I can't really comment on that. I'd say that's something.
A follow-up question on that. I know there's limitations on liquor licenses in municipalities, outside of municipalities and that type of thing. So do you know if Meeteetse proper is at its limit of liquor licenses?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yes, they are at their maximum. They have 2 full retail licenses. One is the Cowboy Bar downtown and the Elkhorn.
Madam Chair, I believe that if it was annexed before this happened,
Mhm.
then it's null and void. So I don't think it needs to be a condition. I think it would
Just happen.
it's just, if it happens, then it can't happen on our part.
Right,
So I
because
don't
they
believe
can't have
it's-
another one.
I don't believe it needs to be a condition.
Okay, okay.
So, Madam Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. The wish of the board. It'll be a tricky one to word, I think.
That's fine. That's a tough one. Madam Chair, I move that we accept the license at its current intended location.
I'll second that. So we're approving the license at its current intended location.
Correct.
Any discussion on the motion? Yes,
Not part of the board, I shouldn't be discussing the motion, however, needs to be needs to be contingent upon all these other things as well. That like why not subdivision, or I guess, are you considering why not subdivision? And also, we're going to put it in a park what's it called? Park? Yeah. Park situation or park status until he is able to be up and running. I know I just muddied the water. I apologize.
Well, my question is, does the county or the state have a window in which you have to activate your liquor license? I mean, you can't just have one forever. So I mean, that's probably, I'm guessing that's already covered at some point, saying you either use it or lose it.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel. So what happens in that situation when you put it into a park status is he has 1 year to make it active.
Okay.
And then he also, the statute allows for 1 additional year upon extenuating circumstances. He could come back to you and say, hey, I've put up 3 buildings, they all burned down, and I'm still trying to get one to stand upright. So
Let's not go there.
so, you have the option of 1 additional year. So he has it's essentially 2 years that the license could be in a park status.
Okay.
And that's what I would recommend to you is that you, in your motion, that you also make it up in a park status. And that would essentially take care of all the other things that need to happen as well.
Yes.
There's gonna need to be a use permit at some point for whatever we're using this liquor license for. Is that kind of what you're talking about too? Not just the subdivision, but
Yeah, everything that needs to be handled in between now. So, I mean, if you go down the list, let's try and start at the top.
Wouldn't it be easy to say parked until all requirements are met?
There you go.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I would amend my motion.
In current
Current location and
current
parked
intended location and parks.
until
Park
all
status
conditions are
until
met.
Conditions are met.
I will accept that
Okay.
amendment. There we go.
Okay. Any
Sure.
other discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
All
right.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, so your liquor license is approved. It's in a park status until all of the other conditions are met.
Sounds very good to me. Thank you much.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
I did.
Yes.
And I went with the amendment too,
Thank goodness.
something like that.
or how do you do that? Is there?
Those-
can you put that
It's up
on
to
the
him.
license, or-
That's up to him.
Okay.
Let me catch up here really quick. The next thing on our agenda is Planning Department, Joy Hill and Kim Delavan, Pelletier consideration of penalties. Ms. Hill?
Oh, sorry,
go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, I'll have Kim deliver the staff report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in a transitional zoning. The planning area is Cody Power Rule. The property owners are the Pelletiers, and most of what we'll talk about today is the address is 557 Main Street in Ralston. So a little bit of background, on June 6th and June 13th of this year, department staff, planning and zoning department staff spoke with Mr. Pelletier regarding uses on his property at this location, 557 Main Street. During the conversations, we learned about essentially 3 uses or potential uses. Heart Mountain Hearing is on the property, has been for 14 years. Mobility Plus was a business that had been on the property. And then Pioneer Sheds, shed displays and sales has been on the property for some time now. Mr. Pelletier indicated that he intended for another business to move into the space that Mobility Plus used to be in. He wasn't sure about the septic system. He said there had been a pipe repair done for the existing septic that is permitted on that property at some point in the recent past. During the latter 2 discussions with Mr. Pelletier, Planning Director Ms. Hill asked Mr. Pelletier to give her some time to discuss the zoning of this property with the Board of County Commissioners. That led to a discussion involving the board, with the board inviting Ralston property owners to meet with us and with you at the fairgrounds. You remember when that occurred. That special meeting was September 5th of this year. The goal of that meeting was to gather input from landowners in Ralston, primarily regarding future development. It was clear from us that future development growth was not of interest to the approximately 30 people who were at that meeting, Madam Chair. And as a result, the Board of County Commissioners did not take any action to change the zoning of the Ralston area. Mr. Pelletier requested a final decision letter regarding the uses on his property so he could appeal any decisions should he decide to do so. On September 15th of this year, we staff, planning and zoning staff, sent a notice of violation letter to Mr. and Mrs. Pelletier regarding the multiple unpermitted uses on this property and a unpermitted septic system on the property, in addition to the unpermitted use occurring east at 545 Main Street, where the location of the store 20th Century Collectibles is located. That's at 545. In the letter, it contained a summary of the June conversations, an explanation that none of the current uses on either property are permitted, explanation that the septic system at 557 was potentially in violation, enclosures about permitting requirements and small wastewater requirements, as well as penalties regarding any violations, several potential courses of action, and an option to appeal any decision within the letter. On or about September 20th, Mr. Pelletier visited with department staff to discuss his permitting options. Following that discussion, the planning director sent a follow-up email to Mr. Pelletier summarizing the discussion and his options, adding that DQ would be consulted on matters regarding wastewater and water use, and reminding Mr. Pelletier that he was not authorized to commence the grooming business that we had heard about. And furthermore, the planning director, Ms. Hill, stated that commencing the grooming use would result in a violation of the regulations and would result in the matter going before the Board of County Commissioners. Since September 20th, since that September 20th email, staff witnessed Facebook posts advertising the grooming business and resulting in a notice of consideration of penalties letter being sent to Mr. Pelletier on November 22nd of this year. District information is property is in a transitional zoning district. It's unclear to us why the property was first zone transitional back in 2000. Considering, in our opinion, there was a well-known history of established commercial uses on the property. We conclude, again, department staff, that transitional zoning was assigned to that Ralston strip along the highway because of possibly very small parcel sizes, small lot sizes, summer lots, lack of central sewer and central water to develop high density and commercial developments. Transitional zoning often requires a higher level of review. Often these things require a special use permit. And then that would give, obviously, the county the ability to review access, water, sewer, parking, things like that. At this time, some properties along the strip receive water service from Northwest Rural Water. However, this property is not one of those that receives Northwest Rural Water, and Northwest Rural Water stated no additional taps are available in Ralston. Existing conditions: this property is less than an acre in size. It has an existing permitted small wastewater system that is potentially not functioning properly. The system would not be permissible by today's standards, would need to be replaced in full or in part, likely to be brought into compliance. Heart Mountain Hearing Center is in a building approximately 1,800 square feet. It's been in operation more than a decade. According to Mr. Pelletier, the permitted small wastewater system that was in place would, at the time the business originally was, the original business there was likely suitable to handle the wastewater generated by the business's small number of employees and customers. So in effect, we feel like there'll be a low impact for the commercial use, which is Heart Mountain Hearing. Pioneer Sheds, that has placed more than a dozen sheds on the property. Several of the sheds are presumed to be located on top of the existing leach field. DEQ regulations do not allow for placement of structures or driving on top of a leach field, so that is absolutely not recommended. Mr. Pelletier has indicated there are several cleanouts on the property for that septic. Of course, the shed business would not require any water, sewer, or other utilities. Unpermitted grooming business is now operating on the property. That's in an approximately 1,000 square foot space where Mobility Plus used to be without a permit. It's unclear, one of the problems, it's unclear how much wastewater would be generated by that use. The existing septic system, our understanding, has 2 large tanks, a very deep leach field, is quite a distance from the structure it serves. Unclear how far any wells are from a portion of the system. Again, the property to the east, also owned by the Pelletiers, which is where 20th Century Collectibles is. That's a fairly large structure. I believe it's right at 5,000 or just under that size. Unpermitted septic well. And there was an approved SUP and a building permit associated with a previous use. However, there's not any permits on that property now. So we consider each business on the property a minor commercial business likely. Under transitional zoning, minor commercial business uses require a special use permit. Under commercial zoning, should this be zone commercial now or in the future, a building zoning permit would be required for minor commercial business. However, our regs say that no more than 2 primary uses would be allowed on a single parcel or lot. And of course, here there are 3. And so Pelletiers would not be able, our conclusion is that Pelletiers would not be able to obtain permits for all 3 of these businesses unless, one, they subdivide the property, or they obtain a variance from the county commissioners. So we have been hopeful that the Pelletiers would work with staff to bring the property into compliance. We believe Mr. Pelletier has been given a number of options to consider. We feel with ample time. See if he's interested in joining with other landowners to do a zoning map amendment, not just for his property, but adjacent properties, other properties in the area. Until December 11th of this year, Mr. Pelletier had not attempted to submit any applications to us. On that date, he intended to submit a zoning map amendment application, but we suggested he wait until today, and then where he could discuss his concerns. We're happy to answer questions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, as you're well aware, we've had discussion about Ralston previously. Ralston was heavily subdivided in the past, so we have lots of small parcels. The problem with that is, of course, if you don't have central water and central sewer, now you can't meet your setbacks for wells. And so as you've heard, Northwest Rural Water doesn't serve every property, and the ones that they serve is pretty much it. There's not going to be any additional taps happening. So those people are going to be stuck with wells. When you have business after business and house after house in proximity, you start drawing 100-foot circles around wells, and you very quickly can eat up an entire property and therefore not have room for a septic system. So that's one of our concerns with these businesses back to back on the strip. When they each need water or they each need sewer, how do we accommodate that density? So it is perplexing, the history of Ralston. You know, all of you have been here longer than I have, and you've driven that, through there. And there have been all kinds of businesses over the years, even just in my time in the area. And so it's hard to say that, okay, today he's operating at this, yesterday he was operating at that. How much difference does that make in water usage for the septic system? My understanding is some time ago, there was a convenience store, or maybe possibly even a gas station, according to Chris, that operated on the property, and possibly like a laundry, and that generates a lot of water. So initially I wasn't like super concerned necessarily about even a change of use.
However, with the indication that the septic system may be failing, the pumping of the tanks, the depth of the leach field, buildings and parking and driving have occurred over the leach field, we don't have a high level of confidence that the septic system is even functioning. That's problematic, obviously, because we have wells on this property in addition to the one adjacent. And we have usually fast perk rates in the Ralston area there. So that's kind of a problem. Without actually doing investigation on feasibility, though, we can't say for sure. So we did speak with DEQ because we don't have any way of estimating grooming, volumes, like how much water do you use to wash a dog, so to speak. Every dog is different. Every groomer is different. We are not sure how many groomers are working at the site. There could be multiples. Is there a possibility it would be adequate? We can't say, but DEQ rules say the change in use would render that system potentially unpermittable, which would mean they would have to build a new system under today's standards. We had explained that to Chris prior to the grooming business, and I understand he certainly doesn't want to have to go through the expense to replace that septic system, but that's just the way it is, and I don't have any control over that. The hearing business really wasn't of a concern to me. The amount of people coming in and out, the people working there, certainly no greater of an impact than a convenience store. The shed sales wouldn't really be concerning to me if the sheds weren't sitting on top of the leach field or any part of the system, and nobody was driving over the leach field. Unfortunately, it's too late. That's already occurred. But the best part of that business is that there's no water. There's no water or sewer generated. So that's kind of cool, that would be a particular use. So we're kind of stuck in this complicated mess. And then, of course, we have the multiple use situation, which you are all familiar, 2 primary uses. I personally do not advocate for subdividing this property just to magically make a third business possible. To me, that's senseless. That imaginary line will achieve nothing. Instead, looking at the cumulative impacts of businesses or uses on a property seems more reasonable, and would still give the landowner opportunity to potentially have those uses. So we certainly want to work with Mr. Pelletier. We recognize that the road ahead may not be ideal, but at the end of the day, the number one concern is water and sewer. And that is what we don't want to jeopardize that for anybody on the strip.
Madam Chair, may I correct one thing? I apologize. So in this report, I noticed in one place I wrote that the septic at 557 Main, I wrote as unpermitted. Later on, I wrote that it's permitted. And I think I said both those today. I apologize. We do have a permit for that system. It is many years. It was permitted many years ago, but we do have a permit for that. I apologize.
Thank you. Okay. I guess with all of that, I'd like to hear from Mr. Pelletier if he would like to tell us kind of where he's at. I know the object is to try to get everything into compliance with the rules and healthy for people.
So the first thing I have an issue with is and I don't want to sound like a whiner, but why me? Why is it starting at Heart Mountain Hearing? There are multiple businesses in town, of which I'm told only 2 are permitted. And so, I've been trying to do that. I missed the deadline. I admit I missed the deadline. I had just had surgery when I got that certified letter, and I started reading it. It looked just like the email that I received, and did not look at the last paragraph in there stating that they gave me a 15-day period or whatever it was. So that's my mistake. But I'm trying to be compliant, but everything has been, well, if you do this, you might be able to do this. There's been nothing definitive said on what you'll do. When they first brought me in back in June, it was a fact-finding mission. I was told I was going to meet with 2 people. It ended up being a group of people. I did record it, and in the recording, it was stated that I was transitional, and we hope to go to commercial. And it was stated that they would take care of getting it from transitional to commercial. That was how it was stated to me, and I have it on video to prove that. But the problem could be fixed, or the easiest solution is right in front of me. Fix the problem that was created back in 2000 when parts of Ralston were created as transitional.
there was a convenience store and a gas station operating on my property at that point, from all that I can see, because they got a new permit in 96. And so that was a commercial use. And right next door, there was a laundromat operating at that point, which my system was designed for. I have two 1,500-gallon tanks. I do have them sucked out occasionally now, just to make sure, because I don't know if this system's working. I don't have any problems with it since we had a pipe fixed last year that led from the building out to there that had collapsed. But far as I can tell, there's not a problem with it. I don't know if there is or not. I can't answer that. So the big issue should be is why can't the commission fix the strip? That could take care of most of the issues that I'm facing right now. And if I don't get a permit, I might as well just give it to somebody, because it'll make my property absolutely worthless. Because that's what I'm looking at. I can't afford to, on an assumption, to go and put in a $30,000 or whatever it is septic system. It'll bankrupt me. I don't have that money to do it right now. There's no way possible. And it seems to be functioning. So if there was given a definite answers, I'll follow those answers, but I haven't been given. I've been given a lot of options and suggestions, but none of them have been definitive that if I do this, I'll be able to continue to operate my business. And that's all I'm asking. Give me some. The other issue I have too is the buildings they're saying that building, having those buildings out there, is a business. I don't believe that it is a business. There's no salesman there. There's no transactions occurring there. All there is they park them there and there's a sign and people look at them, and then everything else, all business is transacted over the phone in another location. Sometimes they'll pick one up, but and bring it out to a new location, or maybe someone's buying it. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it, but I've cut down how many are out there. And if it's a matter of where they're sitting, I could move where they're sitting if we knew exactly where the septic system is, but we don't know. And that was also developed as a parking lot. So to say that you can't park there seems silly when it was developed as a parking lot long before I ever bought the property. And it's been operating that way with the gas station that was there and the convenience store. You can come in and still see where all those things were. They did pull up the tanks in 2009. So those are out. I'm rambling, I guess, to a certain degree, but I'm kind of, to say that I'm the one responsible for fixing Ralston seems a little bit asinine to me, because I didn't create the problem. I am part of the problem. I recognize that, but you guys are the ones that can really fix it. I can't do it. To say that I should go around to all the businesses and try to get them doing. I don't get paid for that. That's not my responsibility. I'm not the mayor of Ralston, although Scott Mangold likes to say that I am on the radio. But anything that I do will still have to come back here and to here, where you guys are really the solution. I'm not asking you guys to fix everything. I'm not asking you guys to say, to be big brother and pat me on the back and say, it's okay, we'll fix it. But give us some clear solutions and fix the issue that was created back in 23 years ago, because I can't fix that part. I can fix myself and I can fix my wife's store, but I can't go around to the other people. I don't have time to go around to the other people and beg them to come on, join with me, because I have no say in the matter and I have no power in the matter to fix that.
Madam Chair, Cameron Joy, first question, you think, you suspect the system might not be functioning, the septic system?
Sure.
Madam Chair, so everything has been based on Chris's statements up to now. So Chris had indicated he's not sure the system was working. He mentioned the broken pipe. We don't have a permit for that repair, which we do require a permit for. So we don't know what caused the failure. We don't know what's been replaced. We do know there's 2 large tanks. We know there's about 100-foot distance from the tank, the latest tank, to the leach field. It's a very deep leach field. Chris had mentioned on multiple occasions that he's had those tanks pumped multiple times. That's not usual behavior for a functioning septic system. You know, you could potentially go a couple years. He may be doing it out of caution. He mentioned he's afraid he doesn't want another pipe problem, obviously. But we just have no way of knowing. The thing of primary concern is, and I want to answer some of the questions. So Chris asked why him. It's not just Chris. So we have addressed other people on the strip. We're working kind of one by one down the lane. What sort of elevated this one is just how much use is going on. And then of course, this idea of the grooming business emerged, and that kind of elevates things. If he hadn't proceeded with the grooming business, I think our conversation would be slightly different right now. Nothing definitive. I cannot promise any person that you're going to approve a permit. And that's why I tell Chris, I can't promise you. I don't know what's going to happen when you go through a zoning map amendment. I don't know what you're going to say to an SUP. All I can say is prepare for the worst, hope for the best, right? I hope it works out. On the shed sales not being a business, I understand his approach to that, but I ask you this: if I were to plant those sheds and a sign on someone's subdivision lot in a residential subdivision, would it be perceived as a business? And I believe it would be. And I certainly don't think if we today said that these sheds are not a business, you're not going to start seeing this happen in other areas. It really is operating a business. Whether the transactions are happening there or not doesn't mean it's not commerce. As far as the zoning map amendment, I recommended to Chris, hey, if you want to go about the zoning map amendment, maybe check with some of your neighbors to see if they'll join. Then you can share the expense and everybody will potentially get rezoned, which would be potentially wonderful for these folks. I did not require it. It was a suggestion to say, hey, and he actually kind of liked the idea at first and said, yeah, I'll go talk to some people. But then it just kind of like died. Nothing ever happened. I did not require it. He could have come in at any time for his property and or his wife's property next door and to initiate that process. You all know that I requested the Ralston meeting to see if the board should take action on rezoning Ralston. And the result of that meeting was simply nobody wanted anything. In fact, Ralston was like, leave us alone, basically, is how it felt. So I didn't expect that answer from that meeting, but that's what it was. And following that meeting, no action was taken because of that lack of interest. So again, the hearing business and even the sheds, not a huge concern for me because not a great generator of water or wastewater. You throw the grooming business into the mix. Now I've got too many uses. I don't know how much water in a system that I just don't have enough information. And by DEQ rule, when you change the use of a system, it has to be brought up to today's standards. And I don't have control over that. I can't vary that. Even if I feel, we'd have to go through DEQ and they'd have to say, yes, he can use what he's got or no, he can't. They already know the system's too deep. They know the property. They visited on the way through town one time. I don't have control over that. I'm not really in the business of wanting Chris to have to dig up his property. I understand he wants to use his property as he has been using it. I'm not against that. I think the grooming business is kind of what sort of put this thing a little bit over the top in terms of the water and septic. So that's where we are.
So one other thing, at some point, and I don't know when, but in the 2000s, there was also permitted to have a house there. So there was a convenience store, there was a gas station, there was a laundromat, and there was a house all on that system. So it's a big system. I am not a plumber. That's why when I say I don't know if the system's running properly, I don't know. I'm not a plumber. I don't want to be a plumber. I've stuck my hand down a septic tank one time in my life, and that was one time too many. I don't want to do it again. My wife didn't even want to shake my hand for a week after that. But so I can't answer that. And I don't, but to assume that it's bad, I don't know if that's the right way to go either. But the system was designed. And the people that I have right behind me, the people that are running the dog thing, they did come in and they were turned down. And I said, well, I need that income. I need that income to be able to make my mortgage payment. They checked, the average dog used 2 gallons, was it 2 gallons? 2 gallons of water to wash a dog. That's not very much. That's what, a little over a flush per dog. And I don't know how many dogs are doing there, but to say that it's going to be a huge impact, I think is a little overstatement. But I guess, I understand Mrs. Hill's job is to do what she has to do, but all I want to do is be able to use my system. I want to be my property. I don't want to have my property become useless and valueless. And I've spent a lot of money to make Ralston beautiful, downtown Ralston. Ralston has gotten better in the last 15 years. Instead of going down where it was, it has gotten better. But I think that the people in front of me have some degree of responsibility to help fix the issue, not just for me or for my wife, but for every other business. Because after me, you're going to be sitting in the same position again with whoever's next on the list, whether it's Waterworks or the Titan or the plumbing business across the street or the concrete people. There's going to be issue after issue. I'm just the tip of the iceberg. If we could figure out a way to fix the whole thing for the whole strip, we're in a better position.
Real quick question for you, Mr. Pelletier, is, and I kind of agree with you on if the septic system was originally designed for a laundromat, it's going to be high capacity, but it appears that you brought it up that it possibly wouldn't be working. So that's why we're sitting here saying, well, maybe it's not working. Are you willing to go to the steps to show that it is working?
I can do that. I don't know how I could do that, but I'll find out. I'll call a plumber and figure that out.
That's my other question. My next question to Commissioner Teal, because he's in the construction business. I've been a little bit myself, but how deep does a septic system, does a leach field need to be before it is safe to drive on it? Or is it at all?
Madam Chair, in some instances, DEQ recommends, and I believe Mr. Dillman even mentioned in here it says not permitted, but it is not recommended by DEQ. There is a depth in the size of the pipe. Depends on what the leach field is made. If that long ago, it's probably perforated pipe.
Yeah.
But I don't know the answer to that question exact. If it is deep, it may not be meant for a high traffic area, but the point, bringing up the septic system, is that it was an approved system at the time, and for the volume and the size of the tanks that he's talking, it should be more than ample to supply what he's doing right now, in my opinion. That needs to be verified by DEQ, because I believe as far as commercial on this, the rub where we're at is whether this is commercial or not, and whether it's under county regulation or DEQ's, because I believe commercial operations are approved by DEQ, correct?
Yep.
Not completely. If it's non-domestic, then DEQ has to look at it. We have business uses reviewed with them, but they'll tell us you're good to go or not. So we just have co-review.
But it would be, I don't have an issue with the septic and the fact that it is potentially not working, functioning correctly. To me is you could say that to anything. If he had a problem in between the building and the tank, and that's what I understand.
Because
collapsed, it could have been an old pipe.
I can tell you exactly what happened there.
But that doesn't really reflect on the rest of the system.
Right.
And to me, if system works, if you flush the toilet and it goes down, it works. And if it's not backing up.
If I may, can I interrupt for just a second? The pipe froze, the line from the building out to the septic tank froze at some point. Because I had a guy come in and do some cleaning and clean up the backyard, and he graded and he chopped the top off 2 of the clean outs. He didn't see them, chopped them off. Water got down, it froze, caused a problem. When we dug up the spot, we knew exactly where the spot was. that the problem was when we opened it up, that was where at some point prior to me, there was a repair. And so they had PVC to cast iron back to PVC. Bad thing, doesn't work very well. And that all, so we did, to prevent a bigger problem happening again, I went back to where it came out of the building to where it went to the tank, and I made that all PVC because it was piecemeal at some point. That's why that failed. At that point, they looked at the tanks and they said, those tanks are pretty full. Well, I'd already owned the property over 10 years and I never had the system sucked out. I don't know how long it was prior to that. They did suck out 3,000 gallons of unpleasant commodities that were growing in there. But since then, as a precaution, I have it sucked out, and I'm about to have it sucked out again, just because I don't want to see that problem happen again. I don't know how often I'm supposed to do it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just want perception that the tanks are full is
Right.
misinterpreted on, not just by here today. Tanks are meant to be full with lacking about 6 inches from the top. That's how they work. The outlet to all septic tanks is at the top. They're meant to be full all the time, and they break down the system, the solids within the system before they go to the leach field. So looking into the cleanouts and seeing your tank full means it's right. If it's coming up above the bottom of the cleanout, then it's restricting leaving, but tanks are always full with the exception of about 4 to 6 inches in the very top of the tank for airspace. So I'm just a little.
Okay, I didn't know that. And I call Keel when I go look and I see it up close. I say, oh.
And they get paid for pumping. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it costs me $1,700 every time I have that done.
Okay, it sounds like we might be in a situation where the septic is reviewable. I mean, and you've agreed that it can be checked on just to make sure that it's functioning.
Yeah, and I'll call a plumber, and it won't happen quick, as you know how difficult that is, but I'll get someone and come out, and I don't know what they need to do, but.
Okay, let's move a little bit then if we can. Let's move to the uses because that's the other thing that is not in compliance. And I think that came up. You had the 2 uses, whether you consider it a business or not, the sheds, they do the sheds and the hearing business. And then the dog grooming came in, which was told that it couldn't come in. It needed to get a permit to do that, but yet it was a third business. So where are we at on that and what can happen other than even if it's rezoned to commercial, that still does not allow for the 3 businesses on the same. Is that correct? Okay. So even if we did go into the rezoning to commercial on that property,
He's a variant.
you could do a variance or you can request one for the dog grooming to be on the property and be permitted, but it's not permitted.
Okay, so give me time to get that done. I'll get that done. I'll get it so that they can I would like to get them permitted. I don't make any money off of the sheds being there. He gave me a shed a couple of years ago. I make no money there. I need the dog groomers there because that helps me with my mortgage. So if I have to tell the guy over there to move his buildings, I'll do that.
Okay, Commissioner.
Joy, what's our timeline? If Mr. Pelletier brings in an application for a variance, give us what's our timeline?
So I guess the question is first, we need to get permitted what we have. Okay, so we don't have permits for what we have. And then we move into the variance to have the third use potentially. But I still have to throw the caveat in here that DEQ is going to review. And I can't promise that they're going to allow the use of that system. I have no control over that. Whether it's a great, huge, wonderful system and it's working or not, I have no control over that.
Commissioner.
My question is to the commissioners here. To me, the simplest fix here is a zoning map amendment to move it from transitional to commercial. And then a lot of these variances may not even be required. They will be required by zoning permit.
That's what I just asked. You still, even with commercial, you can only have 2 businesses. So it would
Understand,
still be a
understand,
third
but
variance.
The shed can be
Well,
can
either
be
way,
fixed by that. But the rest of it, we're here, according to our thing, to consideration of penalties. Is Mr. Pelletier willing right now to submit an application for zoning map amendment?
Yes,
And then we can give them, a lot of these problems can be solved administratively with the planning and zoning as far as the uses up to two.
yeah, he would still have to permit those
And then
uses.
he could come to us with a variance for a third if he wanted.
Madam Chair, I guess,
Just a
oh,
second. Commissioner,
Madam Chair, a question for Mr. Pelletier. If you make no money on the sheds, can you move them right away? If there's
I
no
can get a
money,
hold of them and yeah, I'm sure it'll
Then
take
we
them
can
some
get
time to
to-
find a place to put them.
then we'd be down to 2 uses,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
would eliminate one problem.
and both of those could be permitted under commercial zoning,
So long
as long as
septic-
DEQ passes the septic.
because-
Understood.
No matter what zoning you're under, no matter
Mhm.
what permit you're under, you still have to meet all the same requirements, parking, septic, water, all that stuff. So no matter which permit you're under, it's just whether it comes to you or we handle it administratively. And that's why we've been trying to encourage Chris to consider the commercial zone because it may take away some of the pressure of the SUP requirements.
So what's his process to get this started to redo his zoning to commercial?
So he can file a zoning map amendment application,
Okay.
which again, he brought one in on the 11th, but we said, hold off. We want to have this discussion.
Okay.
And then once we get the zoning map amendment completed, let's presume it goes to commercial. Then he could file the appropriate permits for the businesses. And then, as we said, he could do the hearing business and like one other business, but I can't guarantee it'll be approved. I can't say anything definite because I can't say that DEQ will approve the
That's the
septic.
process we need to head toward.
Madam Chair, I guess where I'm going with this is we had another individual in here for consideration penalties. We gave him time to bring it into compliance, and that's what I would like to do with Mr. Pelletier. And I don't know if we really need to put a timeline. I was asking for a timeline. I don't know if we really need to put a timeline on it. I would be happy and satisfied if we continue to hear from planning and zoning that Mr. Pelletier is moving things forward. That's where I'm at.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, I agree with that. We just want to work towards compliance. So we're ready to do that.
Is everybody okay since he's brought in the application to?
Yeah, I don't, Madam Chair, I don't see a problem with that. As far as what about the subdividing the property? What option is that? And the expenses too, you brought that up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would strongly discourage subdivision. This is already a smaller than an acre lot. If we're going to create a subdivision of that, which you likely wouldn't even be allowed to do under our own rules, drawing an invisible line to make this density of use seem okay makes absolutely no sense. You know, you have to look at the cumulative effects of the use. So I never suggested to Chris, even though it's an option for him to try, I would never suggest a subdivision because I wouldn't recommend it. I would actually propose denial of that. It just doesn't make any sense.
Anything less than an
Also,
acre with water,
wasn't
so
that I think that I was already subdivided before I bought it. It
It's
was,
small.
the little coffee shop was a chunk of that taken off for that. They're the only ones that I know of that actually have real water or water from the water district.
They had NRWD.
And there may be someone else, but I know Betsy has it. And then where my wife's building is, that was another section of the property and that was subdivided and
Okay.
that was the Pink Panther bar. And then
Oh, yeah.
they got permission to build a new section in there where my wife has her antique store.
So right now we have an application for the rezoning. Is that what I understand? Yeah,
I'll get
okay.
it back to them.
Okay, so we'll move forward with that. I'm hearing that we just want to keep moving forward, and as long as we're hearing that it's moving forward, we'll keep letting it move forward to get into compliance. Okay,
Does this give me time so that the dog people can continue to do what they do?
that's a real question because it's unpermitted and it was told it would be unpermitted. Question for the commissioners.
Madam Chair, I think if he eliminates or at the very least until he gets the sheds moved, puts a sign up that says sheds not for sale or not for sale or something. And brings it back into 2, they should be able to continue the.
But do they need permits? I mean, he has no permits on any of it.
I can't get permit at this point.
Yeah, I know.
can't get it.
That's what I'm trying to.
But I
I
don't
can't
see-
get it unless I do special use.
SUP.
I could do a special use,
Mhm.
which will take longer than it'll take for me to get
The zoning with
the zoning fixed. So if you allow them to just continue to do what they're doing, so they can do what they're doing. I mean, I understand. I'm the one who told them to go ahead because I'm French, I'm stupid. But you know, I told them to do it because I needed a renter in there to help
Okay.
pay for the cost. Give them enough time so I can get my shed guy to move his sheds, get the paperwork in so that I can get, so they can reapply for the permit, because they were
Okay.
denied because they were gonna be the
third
third
business.
use.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I would like also, during this whole zoning map amendment process, I think we need to simultaneously be working on the septic, getting this
Yes.
figured out, if it's working or not, and what DEQ is going to do about. I think it would be a disservice to Mr. Pelletier to get through this whole process and then be like slapped by a nope, can't do it because of septic. That would not be.
I
in
think
my
that's a
yeah.
given that needs to be.
And I'll get on that
clarified.
right after the holidays.
Okay.
I'll get a plumber out there.
Okay.
I'll ask them to tell me whether it's working or not.
I would recommend contacting DEQ and see what they need
Mhm.
before you
Yeah.
jump into, just find out what
They
they.
can help you with that.
All right.
Okay.
My guess is it's working.
Yeah, Mike, back to this, the dogroom business, there's been multiple businesses there for 30+ years.
Oh, I'm not
One for another.
disputing
I don't
that.
have a problem with
Yeah.
it continuing.
No.
Okay, we have a plan?
Good plan.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's keep going.
You.
Oh, I don't know whether she did or not when she did that.
And I just.
I don't think we have that.
Oh. The next thing on our agenda has to do with a little bit of history. With Wyoming state statutes. Most of us are aware of this situation, but that's not the one I want. There it is. As everyone knows, we've had a fair advisory board in place to work with fair that's worked very well, and I believe will continue to work very well. The way the statutes are written, and after multiple years of the legislature playing with the statute as far as having boards, not having boards, dissolution of boards, that type of thing, it's come back around that Park County, that we need an official fair board. So we had the discussion with the county attorney, and has come up with, to bring us into compliance. We could appoint an official fair board, if we so choose, and even leave the fair advisory board in place. So one of the thought processes and something that's been done in some other counties is to have the county commissioners act as the official fair board, or we can advertise for other positions for that official fair board, or however you want to handle it. So
Chair, the simple way to do it is just have the commissioners do the fair board and keep the fair advisory board. Make it simple so we don't have to do more work. So.
okay, the one thing about forming a board, and if it is us, the other thing that we have to do is all of our boards have a situation where it's rotating positions. So we could use, if it's the commissioners, we could use our own terms for rotating positions, use our term dates. So then it's a 3 and a 2 as far as board appointments, kind of be automatic as far as getting elected, but could be done that way. If you want to do it that way.
Sure, that would be my question. Is there a requirement on specific staggering, or is it just?
They just need to be staggered. at some point.
So 3 and 2 is absolutely, or it could even be 4 and 1.
We do, yeah, it's usually 3 and 2 on the other 5-member boards.
I agree. I think that's a good way.
Okay, and if we make it a 5-member board, so there's,
Yep.
make it a 5-member board, who you want to be the board and the terms.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
I make a motion that we appoint Scott Mangold to do it all. Doss Overfield,
I said less work.
Lee Livingston, Lloyd Teal, Scott Stewart to be the Park County Fair Board. Further, there will be 3 terms that expire on December 31st, 2024, or 2 terms that just expire on December 31st, 2024, 3 terms that expire on December 31st, 2026.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to form the statutory fair board. Made up of Scott Mangold, myself, Lee Livingston, Scott Stewart, and Lloyd Teal. With 2 terms expiring in 24 and 3 terms expiring in 26. Yes, sir.
You amend your motion to make those 4-year terms.
Oh, future terms will be, future terms will be 4-year
Yeah,
terms,
they
right?
should be
Okay.
4-year
I amend my motion,
Future
those
terms
terms each be 4 years.
4
Okay.
years thereafter.
after. Okay,
There we go.
that makes
Thank
sense.
you. Sorry.
No, that makes sense. Thank you for the catch. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, will this new board have to take the auditor training again? So
Yes.
I guess I'll have.
Only one representative that is voted on by the board.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Yep.
They would be required to if we hadn't already all had it. So, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, you got all 5 more to deal with.
Okay, yes. Yes, I just wrote it in the wrong place. Okay,
Colleen always gives us one.
Well, Ben. Resolution number 2 be determined.
okay,
Placed into the
okay,
minutes.
all right, thank you.
If that suffices.
Yes, that'll be just fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, next on our agenda, Deb Carroll. Oh, I guess we're supposed to have a break. Do you want a break or can we?
Well,
keep
we're
moving?
missing a member, but it's up to you.
We already took a break. Okay,
We have a quorum.
We got a quorum.
well,
Rock on.
we've got a couple minutes.
Well, then I'll take.
All right, go take a break. We got 4 minutes or so,
All they had was unleaded coffee. So
track of my paperwork here.
No. We got it.
You,
That back for now.
what is it?
That's the-
Oh, I don't need this.
Okay.
I've got it on. mine.
Joy left. Please.
Mean that things pretty much will stay exactly the same with the fair board.
As I know.
That's kind of what you do.
Yeah, the Fair Advisory Board is doing a great job. I mean, they do everything for fair. You know, I think there's other things in the statute with rentals and buildings and grounds and all those kinds of things, and they don't want involved in that. They want to do fair. And so this is kind of the easiest way to make that work. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I remember like, I thought that was kind of already.
Well, we've been doing it that way, but then the legislature played games with how the statute was, and there was a Supreme Court ruling of Laramie County and a few things that came up, and it's like, and this is what's taken so long. This has been going on for 2 or 3 years while we waited for the courts and the legislation and everything to get sorted out. We didn't have an answer as to what could or couldn't happen. So we've been waiting this long to find that.
So you're just saying officially what you're already doing.
Just to meet statute requirements.
there's still school in Cody.
Yes, till through tomorrow or tomorrow noon or something.
Go to get in school Wednesday.
Wednesday.
No, all right.
So they go through Thursday. The mop gets out tomorrow. So yeah, they're all over the place with their calendars. 12, 19. Okay. Okay.
I was a whole air flu and my.
Oh, jeez.
I think it might be like 3 years old.
Okay. Revisit that wrong spot. Okay. Okay, one more, okay. Deb, you should come on up to the table.
And then you.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, we're about to get going again. Next thing on our agenda, District Court Clerk Deb Carroll, cooperative agreement with the state of Wyoming. If you use the mic, please, because it is recorded and it doesn't work very well if we don't use it.
I have the cooperative agreement between the Wyoming Department of Family Services Child Support Program and the Park County Clerk of District Court. Brian Skorick looked over the draft that they sent us. I have compared it with the agreement from 2 years previous. There were no changes. The only changes Brian made on it were the names on the signature page.
Okay.
And now he has signed it and approved it, and I
Okay.
just need the chair.
Okay.
And to sign it.
Okay, so, and what is the title on the agreement itself?
Cooperative agreement for responsibilities and receipt and distribution of payments between Wyoming Department of Family Services Child Support Program and Park County Clerk of District Court.
Move to approve, Madam Chair. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
You like this?
you can sign it.
Thank you.
Okay. You just want this back now, or does it go to the clerk? Okay, I'll look at it just a second.
Going further, then you say you're over budget.
Would you email that to me so I just I don't.
There is no attest.
There is no attempt.
No. I don't see the test on that.
Nope.
Okay, you just give it to Deb. Okay. The next thing on our agenda will be Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works Department, bid opening for 2 dump trucks and heavy haul tractor. And Brian gives us readable size pages. Cool.
Brought back up though, I see.
Of course he
Yes.
did.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, we're looking at 3 trucks, a heavy haul tractor and then 2 end dubs. We will try to do the heavy haul tractor first.
Okay.
And this could be a bit of a mess, as some of the players that you've got on your sheet, like Tri-State didn't submit a bid, so. And some have multiples, so we'll just see how this goes.
Okay.
All right, so
Heavy haul.
Heavy haul.
Yeah.
So the first one for the heavy haul tractor is McCandless Trucking. I believe they're out of Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Okay. And so their bid for one new heavy haul tractor, $206,640.00. That's $206,640.00.
And
And-
manufacturer,
No, I'm sorry, that's an international HX 620. So it's an international HX 620 for 206,640.
Okay.
And they did not provide an alternate bid for we included an option for a used truck, and they did not submit one. Their delivery date is 400 days from order.
Okay.
Peterbilt.
Next one is Peterbilt of Wyoming. Okay, this is for a Peterbilt model 567. Bid for one new heavy haul tractor, $207,234.00. That's $207,234 for a Peterbilt model 567. Peterbilt of Wyoming, correct. And they did provide a bid for a used option. It's we said 2020 or newer. They listed a 2017 Peterbilt 567 model. We said less than 250,000 miles. This has got 453,000 miles. $155,000.
There's no sense in writing it down.
And they can provide that used truck 10 days after bid, but the new one is May 31st, 2024. That's not bad for.
no,
Okay, the next one on the heavy haul is Floyd's Truck Center. That should be a Western Star. And that's a bid for a Western Star 49X. Bid for one new heavy haul tractor, $186,994.00. They did not list a used option, nothing there. And they said they could provide the heavy haul tractor before the end of the year 2024, December 31st, 2024. Okay.
yes,
On Wyoming Peterbilt, did they give a delivery date on the heavy haul? Did I miss that?
May 31st.
Yeah, December.
Sorry. I was writing something down.
Oh, you're good.
I think it was due May 31st.
May 31st, 24.
May 31st of 24.
Yeah.
May 31st.
What day?
And some of these I didn't check, but that one had a Wyoming residency. The only one I'm not sure about is McCandless. I don't know if they have if they're a Wyoming company. We'll double check all that.
Okay.
So that should be it with the tractors.
Okay.
Dump trucks would be a bit of a mess. Peterbilt of Wyoming, they did probably got a upfit. With Coy Brothers. So this is Peterbilt with Coy Brothers upfit. Got their Wyoming.
Peterbilt of Wyoming.
Yep, Peterbilt of Wyoming. Again, this is for Peterbilt 548. Two dump trucks cost each of $307,407.00. That's a total cost of $614,814.00. Again, that's $307,407 per truck. Total for 2 trucks, $614,814. For the trade options there, they're offering for trade for the 2011 Freightliner dump truck DT30, $45,000 offered for trade. And for the 2012, which is DT29, these are both Freightliners, $40,000 offered for trade. That's total trade is $85,000 for the two. And they said they could provide those 2 new dump trucks 320 days after receipt of award. And that's the Peterbilt with Coy Brothers upfit. Hope you guys are writing it down because I gave up.
We'll go back.
We'll go back.
See, this is the Ameritech.
Peterbilt of Wyoming with the Ameritech upfit. This is for a model 548 Peterbilt.
We don't have a.
Ameritech. That's the business.
Yeah,
The company that does.
they
like,
do the
box.
like
and-
Coy Brothers,
Yeah.
Ameritech.
Yeah.
this is-
But we don't have a.
Oh, and I said kind of cross something else out and use like tri-state to
Like-
cross it
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Yeah, Peterbilt, do we have anything from Montana?
We don't.
Okay.
You could use that column too.
So this is with an Ameritech upfit.
Correct.
Previous one was the Coy Brothers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I apologize. I probably should have done some research with hands to see what bids we got, but I figured we could cross out. Still read, right? So the Peterbilts, I lost track where I was. Cost per truck, $313,562. Times 2 is $627,124.00. That's $313,562 each for a
That's
total
548.
cost.
Truck model.
Truck models of five.
Oh, yeah, truck model's 548. Total cost $627,124. Same thing on the trade, 45,000, 40,000, total of 85,000. 320 days after receipt of bid
Okay.
on the delivery.
Purchase. Okay.
I think that takes care of Peterbilt of Wyoming. Yeah, McCandless, you're gonna have to make another column too, because I believe they've got 2 options as well.
This is Ameritech as well.
We don't have a motor power, so you could use that
Mhm.
column.
So we've got McCandless with Ameritech as our first one, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is for 2 dump trucks, International Model HV 613. Okay. Cost per truck, $296,374.00. That's $296,374.00. Times 2 is $592,748.00. Times 2 is $592,748.00. They offered $15,000 for each of the 2 trades for a total of $30,000. So that's $15,000 each for each of the 2 Freightliners that were offered for trade. They said 520 days from order date is when they could deliver these 2 dump trucks. 520 days from order date. That takes care of the McCandless Ameritech. McCandless Coy.
What are you doing now? I'm sorry.
This is McCandless Brothers, but it's a Coy
Coy
upfit.
upfit.
You have to add in a column.
Use that one. There you go. It's Coy it's a Coy upfit.
The summary will be cleaned up a lot. From what you got. Again, this is McCandless Coy Brothers International model HV 613. Cost per truck $290,000, or is a typo there? I guess $290,029, I guess, and 0 cents. We can do the math here in a minute. For a total cost of $580,438 and 0 cents.
Be 290.
That doesn't math out. It must be
No.
290, 290,290.
209.
That adds up to a total of 580,438. Again, the 15,000 each for the 2 trades. 520 days from order date.
Give me one more time that number each. 290.
$290,290 and 0 cents. Yep, 290.
Run out of ink.
We run out of spots. Okay, that takes care of the McCandless. We have
Same.
I think we'll have 3 on
No, I was joking.
Lloyd's, I believe.
Yeah, 3 columns for them.
Yeah, I think I planned ahead on that. Okay. Kevin did a good job of tabbing the bid, so that's good. This is for first one is a Western Star with a Meritech uplift.
Okay.
Cost per truck $289,546 and 0 cents. That's $289,546 and 0 cents. Times 2 is $579,092 and 0 cents.
What's the model on the truck?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a 47X.
Okay.
Their bids for trade for the first one, which was the 2011 DT30, $57,500. For the second one, which is Freightliner DT29, $52,500. That's a total for trade offered of $110,000. Delivery date says first one will be earlier than the second one. This has to do with build slots and
Funny how that works.
yeah.
Second one's earlier than the first one. We got a problem.
Yeah, reserved build slots with Western Star in Q4 of 2024. Plows are in Q1 of 2025, so both should be delivered no later than April 15th, 2025. Okay, and that's it for the Ameritech Western Star. Now we've got a Western Star with a J-Craft uplift. This is a Western Star 47X. This bid for each truck, $293,546 and 0 cents. That's $293,546 and 0 cents. Times 2 is $587,092 and 0 cents. Same thing on the trade as the other one, 57,500, 52,500 for a total of 110,000. Same thing for the delivery date, April 15th, 2025. The same notes. And they've got one more, which is the Coy Brothers upfit. Western Star chassis, same model, 47X. Price for each new truck, $289,626 and 0 cents. Times 2, 570, is that a $9,252 and 0 cents? That's $579,252 and 0 cents. Same thing on the trades. The 57.5, 52.5, total of 110,000. Same thing on the delivery date, April 15th, 2025.
Madam Chair. Brian, I know we've used Coy Brother upfits, have we used Ameritech or this other one?
We have used Ameritech last year, last trucks we did with Ameritech, we had a few issues, but I think we were able to get them worked out. But yeah, we've had quite a bit of experience with both Ameritech and Coy Brothers.
But we haven't with this other.
This J-Craft, we have not. I know other counties that I've talked to have worked quite a bit with them. Other parts of the state, they're pretty reputable, so.
Or there'd have to be a super good reason to go with them. Based on the fact that we've had good work, good.
And
luck
I've got,
with the
I've
other
got Kevin with Floyd's here. He could probably explain. I think they're out of state is part of the deal with them. So.
Okay.
So does that on our policy, does that make the 5% come into play?
I think still because everything's through the one bid, if we bid that separately.
Oh,
But so I
okay.
think still the total bid is through Floyd's, who's a Wyoming company. I think we still
Okay.
consider it all total Wyoming bid.
Okay, so
That's
my
how I.
understanding is you're gonna need to review all this and compare notes.
Yes, there's a lot of different moving parts with this and there's warranty things that we need to talk through.
We'll be back in 30 minutes.
You know, probably not 30 minutes. We're hoping for January 2nd. We're gonna do our best to put all this together and we'll do a pretty good side-by-side breakdown. You get into motor size and power and all that, and we'll compare all that and warranties and trades and all the different options. and get
Okay.
back to you.
Madam Chair, just out of curiosity, Brian, why is 2012 Freightliner, is it in, I mean, the older truck is, they're giving us less money, more miles, speak to hell or what?
Surprise, the one,
70,000 more miles.
yeah, the one has a lot, I don't know why, one with Cody versus Powell, and yeah, one has more miles on it.
You have an electric option.
No electric options today,
Our county's going green.
probably code, but so far, no.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is talking about the adjacent landowner fencing consent form that we ran into last month. I did have a meeting with Mr. Skorick, who's unable to be here today. He did assist planning and zoning in coming up with this form. And the reason they came up with it was basically to assist the landowners because there was nothing consistent in the statute about any kind of notification or how you knew they had the information or how you knew they'd contacted the other landowners. So they wanted something consistent. So they decided that this form would work. The one thing that he did comment on, though, after we had multiple discussions about adjacent or contiguous or all of those things, plus one landowner can make it all be fenced. I mean, all of those conversations with the issues with the statute that we're aware of. He did say that every one of these that he has had conversations about, that we will be seeing each of these on a case by case basis. There's no clean way for the county to just say, yeah, for the most part, we'll do this, because every one of them has some kind of different connotation. There's connotations with open space, or what's it called? Open range. Because we have some county roads that have that. There's different subdivision scenarios that come into play. I asked him about county roads and how that's all defined. And he said that in the statutes, it's defined where basically anything dedicated to the public, that we would be the ones requested to do this, whether it is an official county road or not. If the road is dedicated to the public, then we will be the ones responsible for determining whether we sign this form or not.
Madam Chair, did you visit with him about cornering?
Yes.
too? And he agrees that that's,
In our definition of our rules and the state definition of adjacent, yes, for now. Now, can we change that when we update rules and regs? Possibly, and especially when the statute comes into play. But at this point, it does list it that way. So that's why they made the comment that they did. We also talked about how, you know, somebody else making the subdivision fence causes us 50% maintenance on the part that it is on our property line, which was not addressed with the legislature. So there's some situations there, and this is one of those things that I've talked to Joy about and to Mr. Skorick, that we're going to put a list together of where this doesn't work very well, the way it's worded for the counties, and have that discussion at our legislative meeting and again with our own delegation to try to get this updated well enough to get some answers, because the way it's written, it's a mess.
No, oh, no, I'm sure I agree, and especially, on federal land.
Right, right. And we don't think they'll ever sign
No,
this
but
form.
as far as this form, I have no
Yeah.
problem
Right.
with it. Well,
Okay,
it gives a good plain, start.
okay.
It may be changed or amended later.
It could be, and especially if the statute changes, but right now, like you said, it's just convenient for our office, planning and zoning office, to be able to get consistent information.
So is this an action item to accept this form?
Well, you asked to review the form and decide whether to use it or not. We don't normally do that on some things, but it's up to you guys if you want to and make it official and then
It's
come back to it if it's changed. It's administrative, basically. So are you okay with let them move forward with it and just use it until we have changes?
The only thing I see with it is there enough room for adjacent landowners? I mean, is there a place that says you can add a,
I think every landowner has
Each
to.
landowner has
each-
their
each-
but you could have 30 landowners that
Yeah,
maybe.
we already thought about that. These are gonna be in Word format, so the subdivider can add lines as they do. The same is true if you have multiple owners.
Well, that's what he's saying.
Your own property, you
Right.
have to add all those people. So
Okay,
We're gonna get to them. so
Okay.
they can modify
okay.
it.
So if they're listed on the deed, they'll be required to sign. Okay.
Or
And Chair, I
easily-
believe that even having this form will make people aware of statute. to begin
Oh,
with.
absolutely. Okay, so we can move forward on that one with that discussion. And like I said, we're gonna put a list together, so I'll get with you guys or send me the
Yep.
notes that you have on what we need to talk to the legislators about on this one, because it's a nightmare.
Scrapping it.
Scrapping it. It's a nightmare.
Well, it's just gonna take
Well,
one guy
it's-
that doesn't like the neighbor.
Yeah,
Well, and then it could cost us, funds in the long run in a place that we didn't really need that. But he had a good point where there's open range and county roads and things like that. How is that all gonna be addressed? And there's no answers.
To be fenced.
Yeah, but whether we sign the form or not, it's probably gonna have to be that. I mean, that's
That's what I
the
mean.
whole thing, yeah.
Just like the one we just had.
Yeah.
That they're joining BLM.
Then the other
And
question
it's all
comes up,
right.
if you're talking about the county road, and he and I had this discussion too, if it's a subdivision along a county road and there's 4 lots that access, do you have to fence the front and have them all gated or cattle guarded? Because you can't have the livestock get on the public right of way. So there's some real interesting scenarios here.
Yeah.
So we talked about 100 questions and no answers.
It's gonna put major expense to the developer
Could,
in certain situations.
yeah, could.
You take a cattle guard especially that has to meet, specific white hot for fire engines,
about 20 grand.
rates and stuff like that. I mean, hell, cattle guard alone, you're talking
Sure.
like close to 20 grand just for that.
I don't know. We'll need to get more answers as it moves forward, but right now, this is probably the best thing they can use to
Yeah, I just,
meet
the
statute.
whole statute, I think, was the answer looking for a problem.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Yeah, there was one problem and it caused the whole state to have an issue.
Thank you, Tito. You got it.
We won't go there.
I try
Okay,
not to.
that's not what I meant. We have an interview at 11:20. So
Just like that, you're ahead of schedule.
looks like the rest of the morning will be interviews for board positions and kind of after lunch too, for the most part. We have one other thing at 1:35 and 1:45, I guess, would be action probably.
Yep. Be back in 1:30.
Gonna tell us about,
Get us those
Numbers.
yeah.
True.
So.
Nope, he hasn't done that.
Okay, we're a couple minutes early, but yes.
We're kind of in between. Colleen was going to, but could we
Oh,
introduce our
our-
newest member of the press from
would
Can you
just-
introduce yourself?
Would you just
Cody
introduce yourself?
Enterprise, I'm assuming?
Okay.
This is my first time, full-time job, so I just graduated in August and I came to Cody to actually report. So I'm new to Cody and I'm new to reporting.
Okay.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome, Cody.
Thanks.
You have any questions? Let us know.
I have a lot of questions.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, talk to these guys. No. All right. The next thing on our agenda is a interview with Mr. Jenkins, and I think that is for the Buffalo Bill Dam Visitor Center Board.
Yes.
If you'd like to come to the table and please use the mic as these are broadcast. So we can get started. And I guess the first thing I'd ask you to do is tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in being on the board.
Well, number one, I've been on boards before. I've been on the airport board for 6 years. I was on that, and I was on the airport board in Powell. And I worked at the dam this year, and it was the best job I ever had in my life.
Cool.
And it was really fantastic. And Leslie asked me if I was interested in being on the board, and I said yes.
Okay.
So that's it. I've been here. I've been in Cody for over 20 years. And that's about it.
Okay. So any questions or concerns as you move forward with doing board work as far as budgets, all of those kinds of things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Questions? He kind of answered a lot of them.
Answer mine.
Can I come drive the golf cart?
Oh, jeez.
No.
It's a lot of fun. The people, working with people is the greatest thing in the world. I do it all the time. I volunteer. I volunteered at the dam. I volunteer now for Food for Kids.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I just want to tell Dave, thank you for volunteering. I think you're.
Keeps me out of trouble.
Very good asset. You're welcome. Thank you.
You know, we don't have a ton of other questions. You kind of explained your history and certainly understand board work.
Yes.
So, okay. Unless there's anything else, do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't. I'd like to be on the board.
Okay.
Very much so. And
Okay.
that's about it.
We're going to, we have like 6 different boards that we're interviewing for today, and we were going to make a decision.
Madam Chair, I think we got plenty of time. I'm gonna make a motion that we appoint Dave Jenkins and Greg Irwin to the 2 vacancies on the Buffalo Bill Dam Visitor Center Board.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Lloyd.
And saves a phone call.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
There you
Welcome.
go.
Okay.
Done deal.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thanks again for the work.
Who's the second?
Greg Irwin's an
He's
incumbent.
incumbent.
Yeah.
You are.
IRWIN.
IRWIN.
Madam Chair, on a separate issue where we got time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna have, I don't know how it works as far as the airport
Mhm.
board.
Mhm.
There's 2 done in January. Will they be coming?
We only have one. It kind of has to do with whether it's our appointments or not.
Yeah,
because
no.
they're- Okay, they'll let us know, because some are by the city of Cody, some are,
I knew
and then
that,
some
yeah.
are ours, so,
It's not ours.
It's not ours? okay,
Oh, okay.
okay.
She
She didn't show.
Oh, just didn't show.
Yeah. So you want to do that one? Because the other's an incumbent.
Oh,
Sure. Got one?
Okay,
there you
Madam
go.
Chair, I move to approve Duncan Bonine incumbent back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Duncan Bonine back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Okay. Randy McLaughlin, 11:40, so we still got a few minutes. Okay. Pretty cool.
Hi, Hans. Good. How are you?
Know the place.
I'm sure you do.
Hi.
Okay. Randy McLaughlin,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And you've applied for a position on the Fair Advisory Board,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? First off, would you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Fair Advisory Board?
I'm Randy. I recently got married to my husband in September. I've lived up here for the last 3 to 4 years. I did 4-H actively from 5 years old to 18, back in Colorado. My family was very involved with 4-H and the fair. So I'd like to kind of continue on, but doing it up here.
Okay, questions?
Have you had any prior board experience?
I have not. I've done committees through 4-H. I was on the state officer team. We did a Rocky Mountain 4-H event. That's where we got our money to do get our ribbons, their belt buckles for the year, but I was on that committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Randy, can you give us what you think the advisory board does and what their job entails?
If it's something like back in Colorado, they take care of the fair every year. They are involved with the extension office to make sure that fair runs smoothly for the kids in 4-H, but also does the events at night and make sure the venues or vendors are in the right spot and things are taken care of that way.
Questions?
Well, local person for at least the meetings on our pals, so.
Mhm.
you got that going for you.
Yeah, I could walk across and be at the fairgrounds in 5 minutes.
Have you, you've obviously been to the fair. Do you see anything that you would like to maybe institute if you got on the advisory board?
I definitely have an input about when we walk in paying to get into fair. I've seen a lot of people walk past it and not actually pay to get in. So I definitely think there's an opportunity to maybe shift that out and maybe shift it somewhere else so it's a little bit easier. I know for me and my husband, we like to just go in and get dinner for the night, and so it sucks paying to go in every night.
Yeah.
So my idea would maybe to shift it to, different events or even onto the venues because they are making the most money.
Madam Chair, Randy, thank you for applying. You mentioned you've been to the Park County Fairs. As a fair advisory member, do you feel that you should be involved in the entire fair or just into the entry, basically the 4-H, the FFA, the open class?
I think it should be everything. Once you jump into something, you should be knee high in it. Whether that's, participating, taking money, or calling businesses to set up things. I think you should be in it full-heartedly.
Thank you.
Randy, do you have, what about budget experience? The Fair Advisory Board works with their own budget. What are your thoughts there, or any history you have in working with budgets like that?
I do. I was on the state officer team, so I actually was our state officer treasurer. So I was able to see how we needed a budget for conferences and to make sure we can take care of our state officer rooms, do different keynote speakers or events. Also being on the oyster fry committee, we saw how to do make sure we have enough for scholarships to pay for next year's event, and to make sure we have ribbons and everything for the kids.
Okay. Just a kind of a side note question, where in Colorado?
Do you know where Vail is?
Yes.
Do you know where Gypsum is?
Yes.
So I fifth and fourth generation from Gypsum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. I grew up in Boulder 4-H.
Oh,
and
awesome.
that way, so, okay. Any other questions right now?
Thanks for applying.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
When would we hear back about being on the board?
We'll make that decision today,
Okay.
later today.
Perfect.
So,
Awesome.
okay.
Then I'm good to go.
Okay, thank you for applying,
Thank you.
for coming in. Okay. Okay. 10 minutes again. Oh, in the treasurer's office.
Yeah.
All right, John, we have you with an application for the Matisse planning area.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourselves and why you're interested in doing that?
Well, I'm kind of new to the Matisse area.
Okay.
I guess the reason that I'm interested is I'd just like to see us move forward in a positive direction. And I'd like to help make sure that we don't do anything in the Matisse area that would negatively affect the community.
Madam Chair, do you think annexing the northern property or the southern property would be beneficial or maybe not?
Very beneficial, I would think. Housing is our biggest problem down there. We don't have any available. I mean, there's a couple of places for sale, but right now the market's not right, but we definitely need housing before we can do anything, because we can't, if there's nobody to do any work, then there's no point in bringing businesses into town.
Don, thanks for applying. Have you sat on any boards or committees in the past?
Not like town or city. I was on a hockey board a long time ago.
You've dealt with probably a contentious board then.
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, John, again, thanks for applying. Are you familiar with, or were you at all involved and went to any of the meetings for the land use plan for Park County? And how do you see that working with this board?
Land use. For the county?
Yes.
I read a little bit about it. I didn't see anything bad in there. And I can't recall anything about it off the top of my head.
Okay.
I guess I've kind of stayed away from some of that, waiting to see what happens.
So all of us, I think we're waiting to see.
Yeah, because you can get awful excited about something that never takes place.
Well, it's gonna it's happening. The next phase, which will be starting here in the next year, will be the standards and regulations part of it, which will involve the TC area as well. So if you're appointed, I would definitely advise you to keep up on that.
Okay. I am pretty interested in the rules and standards. There's a lot of things that I've been in. Well, I was kind of raised in Cody, and I came back in 2007, and I continued doing building maintenance and started a little bit of my own business, and then I just kind of incorporated with some other people. But I've seen some things that are sketchy, and I have often wondered why, like inside the town of Cody, they required licensing, and there were inspections and things like that. And this just came up in a meeting not too long ago down in Matisse about we don't really have anybody who inspects anything that happens in town. So if you build a building, nobody really inspects the electrical, nobody inspects did you follow building code? And some of the things that we see sometimes reflect that they're not exactly sturdy.
Well, thanks for applying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John, thanks for applying. Twofold question here. The incumbents on the board are Joe Wagers, Tiffany May, and Mark Rumsey, or Mary Rumsey.
Mary Rumsey.
And one, do you know any of those folks? And what is your idea of what this committee does?
I do know Joe. I probably met the other two, but I'm not exactly sure what the committee does. I think that it looks at where Matisse's going, how it's going to get there, you know, and things like that. But I'm not real sure.
What's, I guess where it is, that's good, thanks.
Anything? No? Just in reference to your comments about building and code, that's one thing the county does not have either.
Mhm.
The county doesn't have any building codes, per se. Electrical's kind of based on fire marshals work, but that's about what we see. But as far as in town, it's kind of up to Matisse to figure out what they want to do.
Right.
So, okay.
And I have a pretty long history in building and construction on
Okay.
multiple levels.
Okay, that's good. Okay. No, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, just for clarification, John, I noticed on your application, you listed Matisse. And then on your resume, it lists Cody, just confirm you. live in
Oh,
Matisse?
sorry,
No,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but we moved to, we had rented, we kind of disappeared during COVID and we came back and rented a house up the North Fork, which burned down on us. And through an acquaintance, we found a guy that had a piece of property for sale down in Matisse, and we joked about it and we went down, looked at it, fell in love with it and bought it.
Okay.
That happens around here.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we have any other questions. Thank you for your interest in doing this work. It will get, as Commissioner Teal said, it may get a little bit busier as we work through updating the rules and regulations for each of the planning areas. I don't know if you're familiar, but there's 12 planning areas in Park County and Matisse is one of them.
Okay.
So there'll be some specifics to that area as we start moving forward over the next year and a half, 2 years. So
That'd be good.
anybody have anything else? Okay,
That's it.
thank you. All right, unless you have any questions for us.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, thanks
Thanks,
for
Sean.
coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh, the other
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we appoint John Lundberg, Joe Wagers, Tiffany May, and Mary Rumsey to the Matisse Local Planning Area Advisory Committee.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Lundberg, Wages, May, and Rumsey to the Matisse area planning committee. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we are up to lunchtime. Our next interview is at 1:15.
With the coffee thing in the lunchroom. What I did is hit the back arrow,
Mhm.
it takes you back and then you can come back in.
Really? Okay, good to know.
Buddy, my assistant to the chief of police here in Cody. He and I were going when I was fishing, we wanted to go Saturday, but I had to hunt cats. So he went by himself and he was mad, because he was moving up the state record wall. And we'll be there to help him land it. We all feel like jigging on. Yeah. On a walleye jig with a minnow, ultralight rod, real. It took about 20 minutes to get to the hole, and then when the break up, you just had to.
We're on, okay. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is an additional interview. We have Mr. Dan Shine here for Fair Advisory Board. You want to come up to the table? And it is being recorded, so if you'd use the mic, just because it makes it easier for IT to deal with.
Absolutely.
If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, Dan, and why you're interested in the Fair Advisory.
I was actually going to ask you if I needed to do that this time, but yeah, certainly. So first of all, I'd like to say it's great to see all of you again. And thank you for considering my application, even though I was a day late, business day anyway, but I do appreciate it. So, as you may recall, I moved here in 2019. We moved from Pennsylvania, my wife and myself. In Pennsylvania, both of us were very active in our communities. I served for 16 years in the fire service as an instructor. In addition to other volunteers around the community, my wife delivered Meals on Wheels. Since moving here, I've become the chair of the Cody Cupboard. I'm in my 4th year as that. I stay active in the community. I'm now on the city's planning and zoning board. I am retiring at the end of this year officially, finally. So I still need to find something to keep myself out of my wife's hair and become more involved in the community, as Mr. Livingston knows, since I sent him a text recently, inquiring about some other opportunities there. So fairs are certainly one of the things that I really enjoy. This past September, my wife and I managed to go back to Pennsylvania, and for my birthday, I drug her to the small community fair that kind of initiated all of this, so that I could again walk around and look at all of the heifers and all of the sow, watch the sheep shearing, and bore my wife tremendously, but I had a fantastic time. So fairs are a big part of me. They're something that I enjoy. And if I can do that in our community, to help spur that and help ensure that it keeps on going, maybe grow even, I'd love to be a part of it.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner?
Yeah, Dan, could you tell me what you think the role of a member of this board would be?
Well, that's a good question, considering that things have changed and I've watched that through the newspaper. So I know that the decision making, if I'm correct, is really with you folks for the ultimate decision making. But I do believe that the board's role in this would be to recommend things, manage it, make sure that it operates smoothly, and that it really is a benefit to the community.
Commissioner? Thank you for applying and all the other public duties and that you do involvement.
It's my pleasure, believe me.
Yeah, it's a great place to live, isn't it?
I wouldn't have moved here if I didn't think it was, sir.
You're familiar with the fair and maybe a little bit of the history of what we've had issues with in the past. And my question, I guess, is as a member of the advisory committee for the fair board, do you feel that your duties should be one part or all? There's discussion as to fair advisory should be part overseeing the exhibits, the local stuff, and then there's the entertainment side, or should it be overall aspects of that week-long fair?
I would believe that it would be all aspects of that from the community's perception. That is the fair. So I don't know why you wouldn't be responsible for all of those items.
Sure.
No, yes.
Dan, I know you've dealt with some controversy with the city of Cody, with the planning zone, with the fair, mostly the controversy deals with pigs and rabbits. If you had to evaluate how you dealt with the controversy that went through the P and Z in Cody, how would you describe your performance on how you dealt with that?
Well, I would say what I tried to do with that, number one, was to understand what was proposed in front of us. What did they want to do? Number two, what did the law and the rules, because really the role of the planning and zoning board is to implement and follow what's down in statute and what we've been charged to do. And the third portion of that obviously is to listen to the community and the public's feedback and their opinion of things. In the end, although myself and one other board member stood out, on our final decisions, I made my decision based on all of those facts. And I think that my decision against that aligned with the city code. I think that it aligned with the community's general perspective as to what they want or don't want at this particular point in time. And I made my statement on the final night of that, expressing why I felt that way. And I don't think that's changed, sir. Although I did wear a jacket this time. So hopefully I won't have to interview with you again, not in the personal, but.
Well, not that I want to open any wounds or anything, but yeah, usually the fair advisory board doesn't deal with a whole lot of controversy, except with the rabbits coming up. So.
Seems to me. You talked a little bit about your work with Cody Cupboard and other organizations. Give us a little bit of your budgeting history, because the Fair Advisory Committee does have a budget, somewhat supplemented by the county and otherwise what they earn. So just kind of your thoughts about budgeting.
Well, traditionally, when I was in the fire service, I was usually outside of being a training officer and a state instructor. I always held financial secretary and treasurer roles at fire companies where I was a member. So typically our difficulties there, and it's really no different at the Cody Cupboard, was that we don't have a product. So we don't really generate revenue per se. Right. And I presume that that's pretty much the same for the fair board. They're not really, there's admission tickets, but you can't guarantee how many people are coming, et cetera. So the challenge is to see what you used last year. What did you spend? Where did you spend it? And take that knowing that in today's world, everything is going to cost way more next year, and try to budget that appropriately to figure out which ones were your largest return on your investment, to make sure that those are the ones that you're going to budget properly for to continue moving forward into the future. And if there are grants or other ways of generating revenue, to try to take advantage of those.
Okay, thank you. Anybody think of any other questions? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. This is certainly, as they say, not my first rodeo here, right? So,
True enough. Okay, well, we appreciate you coming in and applying. And,
all right.
we've
Well,
got
thank
a
you very
few
much for
people.
your time. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dan.
Had a schedule. So I'm not really. I don't know. And you are? Oh, okay, thank you. I think so. Okay. Okay, let's see if our next person comes in.
2 weeks. I'm assuming that's what it looks like, about a mile apart in the bar. It makes you wonder how many more it'll set the road.
Do we
This.
still put that? Validate the incumbents or we can back out.
This month. Right around there, November.
Yeah. They're the only two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see, we'll give her a couple more minutes.
Dan Shine would be interested in the
Well,
Park County Historical.
that's-
Preservation
yeah.
Committee. Would be. Wants to do stuff.
He does.
We can talk to him and do it at the next meeting if we choose to. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to retain the two incumbents on the Park County Historical Preservation Committee with Fran Scranton and Brian Bevius. Second.
Obey.
Obey.
Yeah, I have a motion to reappoint the incumbents for the Park County Historical Preservation Committee. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We are done with that.
So,
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
on that committee, then will we re-advertise?
We can re-advertise and
Cause it looks like what we have still.
and we're still
3
way short.
appointments.
Yeah, we're still way short, but we've been short of members on that committee.
Oh,
for a
damn.
while. We might,
Yeah.
yeah, we talked about it.
Dan's be interested, I bet.
Okay, we'll give him a
He's,
call.
where's Dan?
He can do it at large,
We can put him in at a large.
right? Because Brian's the Cody.
Right.
Well, Brian's
But-
Cody.
But
yeah.
there is a room.
So there's an at-large.
Right. Okay, we'll talk to him. Yeah, if you have his text number, see if he wants to come back in and interview.
No,
We don't need to interview. He'll
No.
accept it. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll accept it. We can do it now.
He wanted to text me about getting on the rodeo board. I said, what are you nuts?
Oh, so we're just missing one at this point, and we'll give it a couple more minutes and. Let me know the answers.
When he very first interviewed, I texted him. He texted me back and he had Nicole Gerharder's old cell phone number.
Oh,
I was like, her old company.
how did that happen?
County cell phone.
Oh, geez. How are you, Ryan?
How are you?
Good. We're waiting a couple minutes on a few things and then we'll move forward.
Went to the county building in Wyoming.
Oh, good. Yeah. Somebody that drives by it all the time, you might notice the construction. But don't worry, I've turned in town to go that way a time or two in the mornings and go, nope.
I went there, I was like, why did I just come here? You can think about it.
Go to any shows.
I used to, the only ones I go to now is I get paid to go to, so. I go
What'd you
to,
stay out in Vegas?
I go to, I run the, help with auctions.
Oh.
Towers behind. We've been there for like 15 years, just because that's where Ram used to have
Auctions.
fun. We got nervous.
Cheap show.
Cheap show?
Mhm.
Yeah, from
It's
the
over
Lux
now.
area.
Oh, you were
They
back.
pay you?
Yeah, so I was in that area. They had that tram.
The monorail.
Yeah.
We did that a few
What the
times.
auction
is.
That we
Yeah.
used to go out to the convention center and stuff. Then they have the free buses.
Yeah, the first time we got on, it was going the wrong way.
It's in Reno.
Well,
I did another
we'll
show
stay
out
on
in,
it.
Yeah,
Michigan.
okay. No, I saw where you were gonna stay. and I thought,
IMC.
You're not bad from the arena or the.
No,
Yeah,
matter of fact, the way that we went, we took the tram
It's
and got out at,
It's a Dallas, it's actually a branch of Dallas.
get out Mandalay, I think.
Oh, yeah.
They
And
got
then
like
walked
SCI,
to Allegiant, but then after that, it was,
Put SCI.
well, we got a shortcut coming.
Hi. Teddy, if you'd like to come up to the table, we'll
Thank you.
get. Appreciate it. So we have Teddy Jones now as a applicant for the Park County Fair Advisory Board. So first of all, if you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself and you're interested in being on the Fair Advisory Board. Appreciate it.
Well, fair's been a passion of mine. I grew up in the fair.
Mhm.
I was a 10-year 4-H member and showed livestock and participated in the 4-H program. And then I became an extension agent, so it just continued. And then after I retired, I decided I wanted to still be involved. So then the food superintendent opened up. So I volunteered for that. And that's about the way it's gone.
Okay.
So the fair's just been part of my life.
I think you were the extension agent when I had my kids at the fair with
Right.
the horses. Yep. Cool. Okay, we have some questions.
Yeah, thanks for volunteering and coming forward. Can you give me what your idea of the job of the person on this board is? Duties entail?
Well, for one thing, I would say we need to listen to the public on what they're wanting. And listening to, I think the young people too, because they're really involved in both the 4-H and FFA programs. I guess I'm more, would hope that I could be a listener and then bring ideas to the board, work with the board, and I need to know, I guess, what their vision and their purpose really is before I could really address that. the reason I'm just interested in the fair, and I feel that I have experience as an agent, as a member, as a participant, as a judge. That maybe I could be an asset. I don't have any access to grind or anything like that. I would just like to be able to be part of it and to help it move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Patty, thank you very much for applying. I don't know if you remember me, but.
Oh, I sure do.
I've,
remember.
always in trouble back then too.
But in high school, I remember coming to your place and livestock judging and
Right,
things
right.
like that. That was a while ago, but.
And your wife was a very active 4-H
She
member.
was, yep, Tammy, yeah. Your resume, you definitely have more experience than I think the rest of the board combined, but you've kind of answered any questions I had, and is there anything that you feel you could do with the board or want to do to change in any way the fair as it is?
You know, I do have one thing, but I think you've got to serve on a board for a while and get a feel of what their purpose is, what their vision is, and then try to work within those perimeters. The one thing I would say I'd like to see happen is I would like to see some youth. I'm speaking of young people under 20 to serve on the board, because who's the clientele of the fair really? I think it primarily is our young people. And as an adult, there's so much difference in their generation and my generation. So I can't really address their needs unless I know what those needs are. So I guess the one thing I would like to see happen is to have some young people. I would say a representative from 4-H, a representative from FFA, and then maybe just a representative from the community to serve along with the board. Because I think our young people have a lot of good ideas, and I think we miss them. Because sometimes I think as adults, we think we have the answers.
I think that's a great idea.
And you know, you could go a couple of ways with that, and I don't know what would work. I'd have to work within what, you know, will work with the commissioners and with the fair board. But you could have a junior livestock, or not, excuse me, a junior fair board that would answer directly to the other. Or you could have representatives that serve on there. And I don't know which way would work the best. Probably if you went with the separate board, you could have more individuals. But you would have to have it so that they weren't just out there by themselves. They would have to have feedback back into and be part of the regular, maybe a representative off of that board to come back and discuss with them their ideas. But I think we're missing a lot of opportunities. Number one, I think this would open the eyes of our young people on how a lot of our boards work. And aren't they the future? We could groom them to start serving on the boards and things by having some experiences like that. And also, I don't know what the vision is of the fair board really. If the vision is to expand, if it's to continue the way they are, but if it's, you know, to continue as a fair, those young people then would have a passion to go on as adults, and they'll have kids. Then you have that ripple effect. So I could see a lot of things that we are probably missing by not having our young people.
Well, thank you. That's actually, I think, a great idea.
You know,
And again, thank you for
and
taking the
that's
time and the volunteering.
That's not saying that it's wrong that we don't have it. It's just something I think we.
There's
could-
always room for improvement
Right.
on anything.
Right.
Thank you. Anything?
Thank you for replying.
You're welcome.
Just, did you used to record a program on cassette and bring it out to the radio?
We sure did.
Okay, that's.
We did, as an agent, yeah, I hated that.
I get it. Help me to kill time though, so.
Yeah, but I hate it. Oh, that was my week to do it. Oh, my gosh, that was always on.
I appreciate you applying. One of the things that we noticed too at the fairs, some of the home arts, we seem to dwindle on some of those applications. People even like making cakes or flower arrangements or whatever, trying to get more entries into that. Do you think you could help in that direction to maybe encourage more people to do that?
Well, you're not gonna like what I have to say probably, because I think one of our issues is I have worked with the open class foods and with the 4-H, is we're really, and I've thought about this and I don't know how to do it. We are now taking entries only over to the computer. I think that's a great idea, but that doesn't promote like the fair books promoted. Because when you had the fair books, they were in the grocery stores, they were at the library, and it's amazing how many people would pick one of those up and say, oh, yeah, okay, I think I could do this. We don't have that any longer.
No.
And I think that and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to complain, but just promoting in the paper and things isn't the same as having that book, looking through it and seeing how you could fit into the Park County Fair. And I think that's a part of why we're dwindling. Also, I think it's maybe a little bit part of the time, and that's why I think it's so important we listen to these young people. Maybe we're not meeting some needs because we don't know what those are. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Any other questions come to mind?
Yes. Answer them all.
Do you have any other questions for us?
No, I just, how does the board relate with the county commissioners? I know Scott serves on it, then do you report, tell me the relationship.
Yes, we would report back to the board as both Ossie and I are on as a representative. We also get updates from our events coordinator, who is in charge of the actual fair and such. So we keep the communication open. And if there's any concerns or whatever, we bring it up to the rest of the commissioners.
Okay, then how's the budget for the, I know it's on a mill, am I correct?
No, they took that away a long time ago. They used it as a basis for the amount, but it wasn't actually a mill. What happens is it's basically based on what they bring to us as to what they spent the last year and what the income was. And we kind of balance out what their needs are with what their income was. And we kind of fill that space in between with county dollars. So we hopefully expect them to make as much as they possibly can on the fair to keep promoting it for the next year. But where that comes up a little bit short, then the county adds some funds to allow it to happen. So they do go through our business office, keep track of vouchers and those kinds of things. And with the combination of the events coordinator or the position that we have at the fairgrounds, he works with them also. So we have that coordination between him watching that budget and watching the events budget.
Okay, but it's no longer a mill or
No.
anything like it used to be?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure about that. So then do you expect everything that the fair does to have to create revenue? Is that?
I don't know if that's an expectation. I think there are some things that they've done over the last few years that don't necessarily bring in funds, but they're really liked by the public or supported by the public in other manners. And so, no, it's just where they think they can make funds, whether it's, the size of concert or, those types of things, bring in what you can, but there's no limitation.
Okay. So they're just not stuck with whatever they produce as a revenue. That's their budget. So they're, and so what, as a commission, do you look at then to determine what their say they're requesting additional
Mhm.
funding, what kind of criteria do you use to determine if you're going to fund that?
I think it's just the justification of the use. You know, did you fall short somewhere last year because of COVID? I mean, there's several things that
Yeah,
can come into
okay.
to play. And so it's, you know, what worked well, what didn't work well, and where are we off? And I don't know of anything that we've ever refused. Basically, there's a few places where it's been kind of, do we want to do this or not? Try it for a year, see what works. You know, there's lots
So
of
you're
options.
pretty open.
I think so.
too.
I think we have been.
Okay. Okay.
So.
Then also, does the Fair Board have a mission and vision statement so you know where they're, what direction they're going for the future, like 5 years, 10 years down the road?
I do not know if this current advisory board has those two documents. I know the old official Fair Board that changed many, many years ago did, but with the advisory board change and the statute changes, I don't know if those exist. But
Because I find it difficult if you don't have those.
Mhm.
You gotta have some guides to know what goals you're gonna set for the year and things.
Right, understood. So it's something to check on. Okay,
That's
okay.
all I have. Thank you.
All right,
for
we
your
appreciate you
time.
coming in. Thank you.
It's
All
nice
right.
seeing all of you.
Good to see you.
It's always fun to see what the former foresters are doing these days.
Yeah, I don't know if training them for boards was the smartest thing to do, but. Okay, that concludes our interviews. Do you want to come back to that, or do you want to finish that now, or do you want to get to Ryan? Okay, we'll come back to it. Okay, sorry, we're a little bit late, Ryan, but if you'd like to come up to the table. So the next, the next thing on our agenda, Ryan Hawk, Executive Director, Park County Travel Council, Film Commission Office for Park County.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, for having me again here. If you've heard any of my local speaking circuit I've been doing for the last couple of months, a big initiative of the Park County Travel Council from here on out, and really has been even for the last few months or so, is bringing film to Park County. So that could be TV shows, commercials, movies, what have you. We've really never had like a dedicated sales effort for this county to bring that type of industry in here. But without even truly, I guess, trying, other than really building a well-built out web page. At one point in time this summer, I had about 5 to 7 different projects on my plate that were interested in filming here. As you guys know, I think, you know, in June, Guy Fieri was here. We also had a couple movies that are slated to film probably next year, but the planning started this year. And there's been a lot of interest. So this is a great way also for us to kind of fulfill our shoulder season in winter as well. We're not going to see that normal leisure traffic that we're used to. So we view it as a great opportunity to, you know, put more heads in beds, get more money spent in our county, and go from there. So this is also a big initiative at the state level as well with the Wyoming Office of Tourism. They have constantly gone after film projects and are, I think currently, or I guess maybe next year, are going to be trying to pass some sort of incentive that would allow us to compete with some of the bigger film markets as well. So anyways, to complement what the state's doing, we want to bring that more locally as well. So I actually come to you guys today with a few different things going on. We have stuff on TV right now that just got filmed. I just got an email for a movie to be filmed here that's going to have 1,400 room nights that will be staying here January through March. So that's the potential, and that's a bigger one. I mean, that's kind of a cool win on that one. And then just last week, I got a call from the Hallmark Channel wanting to film here as well. So things are happening. We're already operating as the Film Commission. We just want to make it official, to be honest with you. So by signing this resolution, basically what that does is it legally allows us to put forth our submission into the Association of Film Commissions International, is what it allows us to do. So I get this document signed. I'll have the city of Cody's tomorrow. I already have PALS and Matizzi's, just like our JPA, actually, it's the same signatures. So we'll send that all in, and then we'll be the official film commission representing you guys on behalf of the entire county officially. And once we become official, that also puts us on some other documents, other platforms, where it just gives us bigger exposure as well, to be honest with you. So we can hopefully have more opportunities to go after some film projects. So I guess the goal today is to get you guys to approve this resolution, have it signed, and we'll just continue on the process.
Um, did Matizzi or Powell sign this exact resolution or did they have any wording changes?
No wording changes. Everything's
Okay.
the same except for the bottom blank
Right.
parts of,
Okay.
who's approving it essentially, but everything is the same.
My only question is, we did not have time to have the attorney review it, and it has the statement approved for form, and that's something he usually does, and he's out today.
Shoot.
But he'll be around tomorrow.
Okay.
But
That's no problem.
if the board so chooses, we can approve it contingent on his review, or, however you
Madam
want to look
Chair.
at it.
I make a motion that we approve the letter supportive of Park or the resolution for becoming the official film commission office, contingent upon the approval of the county attorney and allow the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to to approve the resolution contingent upon the county attorney's review and authorize the chair to sign. Is there any discussion?
Of course there is. I do support the resolution, and I think you're doing great work. I've actually seen some of your advertisements on TV in the mornings, village channels have them, but to be honest with you, that when it has big letters up there, Cody Yellowstone, it just kind of pisses me off because for Cody, Wyoming. And I know, I get it, and I know you have reasons for it. It's just, I just wanted to tell you that.
Well, has nothing to do with this at all. He doesn't like it. I just
don't, Yellowstone to me gives
marketing.
it is marketing.
It is marketing.
And I know it works for you, and I'm glad it does, but it's also like, you're not Park County, you're not Wyoming, you're Yellowstone. Yellowstone to me is federal stuff,
Don't talk to anybody.
I'm gonna support it anyway.
Off with the question.
Oh, but
Will the Hallmark movie be a Christmas movie about where love was already here?
It actually is not about that at all.
okay.
Yeah. Not to put the cart before the horse, because some of this is secret till it's becoming official, right? But there's kind of a philanthropy a component to it as well, that all three mayors have been privy to, and they're kind of picking some stuff out to help beautify our area a little bit.
Oh, cool. It's just little tiny letters, and you gotta watch it like 3 times to even catch it where it says Wyoming underneath.
Sounds like it's working on you. I don't know. If you ought to
Make that orange or something, can you?
okay.
You are.
Any further discussion on that? No. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, have a
Thank you.
Christmas.
Molly or I will get back with you, probably Molly, because I'm gonna be out of town, but she'll get back with you.
That
Okay.
sounds great.
All right.
Personally, at the fairgrounds.
You bring in your Parker John Prep and I left my gear shape in the truck.
Oh, no.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Billy Wood with Park County Events Coordinator, updated rental agreement. And you've provided us with those documents, which we had a review a month or so ago in talking about some of the fees, and you've changed those some to kind of indicate our desires in how much those fees were changed.
I have a feeling talking to you the other day, you want them lower?
No,
Sure.
not necessarily. That one jumped out at me, and that was the only thing. You had grandstand and arena, and we're only charging $350 now, and you put it at 700, and I thought that's quite the change. But I don't know, and you can sure talk about some of the justification that you had in the information that you found.
So I called multiple, it was in the document, it's kind of a spreadsheet format. Called a couple of different, as many people as I could get in contact with that had facility rents for space. A lot of them, I tried to do a compare to us as far as what we offer there at the fairgrounds. As you'll see, several of them have the homesteader meeting room or the grandstand concessions, not confessions. And the hall, we have a lot bigger facilities than a lot of businesses here in the area. And just kind of talking with them and looking through it. I don't know I know we're tax based. So, you know, the public, all of us own a part of it. So I guess I'm not sure where we want to be undermining our local businesses. Because like a lot of them, you know, they're charging $35 an hour when we're charging $35 for 24 hours. So, yeah, I guess that's.
You all had a chance to look through of the spreadsheet that he provided. He said the only thing that I questioned was the grandstands arena itself.
Was the what?
The grandstands arena that we were at 350 and it went to 700. The other changes aren't near that drastic. Most of them I think are what we asked you to do was bring them down a little bit and you did. The changes that you were requesting, that's the grandstand's the only one that I wondered about whether we would do 700 there or not. That's up to you guys. Just jumped out. How often is that rented where it's grandstands and arena?
Well, so it comes as the package deal, as that whole arena, all the seatings and the concessions areas under it. I know for currently 2023, we're just looking at 4 different events. 3 of the figure 8 races with Dustin Short and the Smash Toberfest in the fall.
Okay.
Last year we had a circus type deal out there, along with one of the schools did a touch a truck where kids could check out heavy equipment. Don't know if those 2 are gonna.
Okay.
I have a feeling the touch a truck might be kind of a revolving door. However, that's one of our school entities. So
we didn't charge them. I was gonna say.
Nope.
Okay. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, that your rate adjustments, I get, you know, we gotta cover costs, I think, but I want to make sure that as a board here, we're also still, and with him, verifying that the possibility of other government entities and nonprofits still have the ability to modify these on an as need basis as they come in, or waive. That we're not just going to a hard and fast specific.
The rules don't change on how it's rented.
Okay.
So that's my understanding.
Yep, mine as well. From what I've done since I've been here, because that's what I was told to do. The 501c3s fees are waived unless it's a fundraiser, then it's 50%. School and federal fees are waived. Yeah, that'd be the
Pretty much.
only entities.
Okay. Good. Any other thoughts? It's a pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the fees as presented.
Fee changes.
With changes.
Been moved and seconded to approve the fee changes as presented. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, have we agreed, approved the rental? The changes on the wording? Were we gonna vote on that too?
It's what's in red, so
Because all the motion that
that's the
Commissioner
fees.
Mandel was just the fees.
We can look at that other stuff in a second then. Okay, let's all those in favor of the motion of accepting the fees as presented, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, then if you'll drop down and look at the rest of the language for proposed changes.
Do you have any?
That was for the fees only.
That was for fees.
I'm still stuck on that glitter and confetti.
Good.
Glitter and confetti.
You know, the glitter part, because I understand it certainly sticks and it's staticky and stuff. The confetti vacuums up a little easier than glitter does, but
A little easier, yeah.
Madam Chair, you're a glitter expert.
well, but you know, a granddaughter,
Okay.
you know, did a lot of that artsy craftsy stuff. But I don't know. I know it's a pain. There's no question.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Question for Billy, I think he's already covered this. Did this pass the county attorney review?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
you said that.
Yep, I sent it to him It would have been before the October meeting.
Okay.
And he said that none of the word changing could get us into any legal.
Madam Chair,
Senator Kello, yes, sir.
on number 6, right to deny. Park County has the right to turn away or deny any event if it seems unfit or interferes with another event that is being held on the premise. I would like to just see it say Park County has the right to turn away or deny any event. We don't need to have that other language in there. It surprised me that Scorig didn't catch that because he's kind of that guy. I think if we do away with the rest of that sentence, just says we have the right to deny.
Which page are you looking at? Number-
What page? It would be page 6.
Page 20.
Page 6, number 6.
Number 6, right to deny. I think you're a lot cleaner if you get rid of any language past Park County has the right to deny.
It's probably
You want to
true.
leave turn away?
Right to turn away or deny. You could.
Page 5. No, page 6.
Page 6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was looking at number 9, not number 6.
Yeah.
It's the pleasure of the
just a-
board.
Suggestion.
I like it. I think it makes more sense.
So end Commissioner Livingston, end it right after has the right to deny or
Park County has the right to turn away or deny any event,
Period.
period.
would you like me to just double check that one with? No, okay.
It's already in there. It's just you're removing the rest of it. So it just makes it pretty clear.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary language. I don't think you don't have to double check with him.
Mm-mm. Where are we at?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion, we approve with the changes recommended.
Record.
Motion and a second to approve the wording changes as recommended with the one change in number 6.
Including
the
one change.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, you'll fix that one.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I do have one question for you. Since we already do have rentals in 2024. Do we put this into effect to any new rentals at the first of the year immediately?
I would say first of the year and not affecting the ones that have already booked at
Yeah, you can't
at the rate that they're at.
Grandfather them in.
Right. The other update I will give you is I got a call from the NWCE president last night and they are a little bit behind, not bad, but we just won't do any bookings on that kitchen until we know they're going to be done and out of there. So it may be a little bit longer than we anticipated.
If I remember correctly, that contract is through September of
I
this
think
year.
so. And it'll be close. It could be October. is what
Well,
they're
and we've
hearing.
been telling no one or everyone,
Okay.
we're not booking it in 2024
Okay.
at all.
All right. That works for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Except for what?
Except for.
No,
election.
you don't even get
use
the kitchen for
that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, then, as far as business with the commissioners, we do need to go back to,
Fair board,
that one.
Madam Chair. Make a motion that we reappoint JP Jones and Andrea Earhart to the Park County Fair Advisory Board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Moved in second to reappoint JP and Andrea Earhart to the Fair Advisory Board. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, what did you not like about Jetty? I mean, I think she could bring so much experience and I know she may be slightly different than our current advisory board because she's a little bit old school, but I think her experience there, I think we're missing a chance here to bring some old, but yet different perspective to.
I guess the way you phrase that of what I didn't like about her, there wasn't anything that I didn't like about her. What I do is I have 2 incumbents that have
put the time in there on the board and would like to continue to do that. That's why I made the motion that I did.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just,
Yeah, and Madam Chair, not that I wouldn't like to see Teddy mixed in with some of the other fair board members, that would be very interesting, and there are opportunities.
Yeah.
For her to actually show up to the Fair Advisory Board and make the same comments that she made here, but. As far as Commissioner Livingston saying, we have had incumbents on there that have shown up to all meetings, and. Matter of fact, Andrea was running and doing a great job as a chairman of it, so. To tell somebody that, we like what you're doing and now we don't want you, I think that's difficult, and. I think that the two that are on there are certainly very good at what they do, so. But I wouldn't mind seeing Teddy show up to some of those meetings and make some suggestions on what she was saying,
I'm not going to muddy the nominations, but as part of the discussion, do you think it would be appropriate for the board, this board, to write a letter of invitation for that?
Yeah.
She could be the fair advisory.
There you go.
You can do it as a suggestion.
I mean, I just think that she can have some really positive
agree.
benefits towards it, maybe not in an official capacity, but she has if you guys, what I'm showing we all did, looked at her resume.
Yep.
She has more experience in fairs than even Park County, instead of working together. I don't wanna.
Any other discussion on the motion?
No, mangles.
Okay, have a motion to move to appoint JP and Andrea Hart. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you. I think that's done with those.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I think I have my marching orders on. Logan Simpson. Okay. All right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Everybody have a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Dotsie, for the gift.
You betcha.
Yes.
It's just some good.
Is there